What in the hell is going on? Shaw's bark echoed through the stillness that had fallen over the rear guard as confusion and uncertainty gnawed their hearts. One by one, footmen, knights, and mages clambered out of their carriages or guided their mounts to get a better venue to look at the unfolding catastrophe. What sorcery is this? One grizzled veteran said as more explosions kicked up. Since when in the hells did highwaymen recruit skilled mages? Another voice cut through the cacophony. Skilled mages? A young mage sputtered. You think mere bandits could entice anyone powerful enough to do this? Another mage on horseback pushed through the growing crowd in worn armor that spoke of years of service. Unlike his contemporaries, there was no panic in his eyes, only a strange, burning intensity as he scanned the area for mana. These are no mages, he informed in a low and deliberate voice. Not a hint of mana in the air. Shaw sensed a shift in the rising chaos. That sliver of clarity transformed a tense unease into a storm. Quiet. Shaw roared, his voice silencing the panicked discussions. I don't care this magic or it ain't. Tremors ran through the convoy for each consecutive explosion, causing both men and animals to stir and yelp. Shaw wrestled with his own surge of fear. He was no mage or learned man, but he'd seen enough to know this kind of effect only came from older and more powerful beings. He swallowed hard, forcing his voice into a semblance of steadiness. Whatever it is, it has us cut off from the rest of the convoy, so we gotta fight it like any other foe. Shaw bellowed as he jumped onto his warg. Lieutenant Dalion, get your men in order. Sergeants, start whipping those who dally. Spears forward and shields up. His men immediately spurred into action at their knight captain's barked orders. Fear transformed into a frenzied, desperate energy. Footmen with pikes, knights with magic-imbued weapons and shields formed a bristling wall, and mages scrambled to get into the center of the formation and began chanting spells. Meanwhile, the mounted cavalry shifted in order to find a better way to engage the enemy in such a narrow stretch of road that was flanked by trees. Shaw and his men listened to the echoes of the mysterious weaponry as they continued to organize and prepare themselves to interdict whatever was attacking them. The squad leaders rallied their men, and the section leaders spoke amongst themselves, trying to devise a plan as the explosions kept rocking the center of the convoy. No one truly knew what was happening or what to expect, but they all knew the explosions weren't random. They seemed targeted, methodical even. It was as if whoever was behind this had a clear objective in mind, seeing they hit nowhere else except the center. With a shield wall formed, the main body of footmen started to advance towards the roar of battle. The convoy had ground to a complete halt, bathed in the eerie glow cast by the setting sun and lingering fires from the attacks. As the reinforcements closed in, warriors, mages, and laborers alike huddled behind whatever cover they could or scoured the shadows. The air buzzed with a volatile mix of fear, confusion, and the screams of the wounded as they sprawled across the ground. Shields up. Eyes forward. One of the sergeants thundered. His men raised their shields in unison, forming a barrier while the mages in the rear frantically cast protective wards. Shaw maneuvered his warg through the thick ranks of mounted skirmishers until he reached their leader. Lieutenant, the knight captain's voice cut through the din of the advancing cavalry. Focus on collecting the wounded. Your boys won't be much use in a fight in these woods. Secure our fallen, then move them to the rear. Yes, sir. The lieutenant nodded his understanding before the rough man turned to his mounted subordinates. Ye, heard the man. Get your arses movin'. He issued orders and directed a portion of the skirmishers to the uncontested side of the convoy. With the mounted cavalry pushing forward, Shaw pulled back on his warg's reins, causing the beast to spin violently, nearly throwing the man off. Having ridden horses his entire life, Shaw wasn't anywhere near accustomed to the sheer aggression in which a warg moved. Cursing under his breath, the knight captain leaned forward and tightened his thighs around the beast as it took off into an unbelievably fast sprint back toward the rear, where the lesser mages were recuperating. He needed them in the fight, and he needed them now. As he approached, Shaw could see the weariness in their postures and the uncertainty in their eyes. There were a few young elite men and women, inexperienced in the brutal realities of war, but most of them were grizzled veterans who had seen campaign after campaign. However, both novice and veteran seemed to tremble at the sight of explosion magic. Shaw dismounted with a fluid grace born of years on the battlefield, his presence commanding immediate attention. He stood before the mages, and his gaze swept over them, taking in every detail. He knew whatever was attacking them wielded strange and alien magic, but he needed his magic users to be more than they believed they could be. Mages. Shaw's voice boomed, cutting through the air with the sharpness of a blade. On your feet. I don't care how tired you are, or how scared you are. We need every spell, every shield you can muster. This enemy is unlike any we've faced, but we are the shield that guards the realms of men. He paced in front of them, his eyes locking with each of theirs in turn. Ye trained for this, studied for this. Now is the time to show the strength of your conviction. Chant your incantations, weave your spells. Shaw tried to spur them on and saw nothing but exhausted faces. Letting out a low growl, the knight captain then turned to one of the veterans among the mages, a grisly character known for his cantankerous nature. Darjen. Get these miserable lots up. Shaw barked, pointing an accusatory finger at the man. Darjen, upon hearing his name called out in such a demanding tone, heaved yet another tired sigh, a sign of resignation rather than defiance. He knew there was no arguing with Shaw, especially not in the midst of a crisis. Despite his reputation for being a lazy curmudgeon, the mages of the Count retinue still respect Darjen for his skill and expertise. Especially since he was bestowed the rank of Adept Mage by the Guild of Magus. All right, you heard the captain. Darjen addressed the beleaguered mages around him with an authoritative yet lethargic grumble. Up on your feet, everyone. We're not here to be easy targets. If you can stand, you can fight. If you can breathe, you can cast. The lesser mages began to stir with their feet from his gruff encouragement. Oddly enough, that served as a better rallying cry than their captain's more impromptu speech. As they started to pick themselves up as dust off their light armor, the weariness in their eyes was replaced by a flicker of resolve. It was a testament to Darjen's influence despite his often more contentious relationship with them. Darjen didn't waste any time. Familiar with command, he began organizing the mages into a more cohesive unit. There you go, you miserable pieces of shites. I want barriers up at all times and towards the tree line. His words abruptly stopped as several small, green ball-like objects, the size of fists, were tossed at the feet of the greatest concentrations of their group. Without a second thought, Darjen's instincts kicked in. He aggressively motioned his hands upwards, and in response, a great wall of earth violently jutted out of the ground. The sudden movement threw several people off balance, and a few of the lesser mages were sent flying high into the sky. Just the cries of surprise and terror resounded from the sudden spell. Numerous bone-rattling blasts erupted, each explosion sending shockwaves through the ground and threatening to shatter Darjen's hastily erected earthen wall. The air filled with the smell of scorched earth and the horrid screams of the wounded after whatever that horrid sorcery caused those dark green orbs to detonate. With ringing in his ears and a crumbling wall, Darjen quickly assessed the situation. While a decent number of lesser mages had been saved with his quick thinking, a large majority were on the other side. However, that small bombardment wasn't the other thing to grace the rear guard. This time, the incessant barking chatter erupted from their tree line this time, and it spoke of an enemy ambush that was far from finished. Knowing that the earthen barrier wouldn't hold against another volley of those mysterious green orbs, Darjen knew he had to act fast. With a deep breath, he concentrated, drawing upon the depths of his arcane knowledge. An advanced incantation formed on his lips, ancient words of power resonating with the energy thrummed with each syllable. As he twisted his hands in a circular motion before spreading them outwards, he manifested a powerful barrier. Shimmering blue hexagons appeared in front of him, interlocking with each other and arching in a protective dome that covered 180 degrees in every direction. The spell pulsed with magical energy, forming a barrier far stronger and more intricate than the simple wall of earth. Just as Darjen completed his spell, the barrier's flank lit up with an intensity that mirrored the stars of a clear night sky. Projectiles, unseen but obviously potent, slammed into the hexagonal shield with the ferocity of a horde of angry bees attacking a window. The force was as relentless as it was draining, and the adept mage knew he had to act fast. Meanwhile, Shaw, having been caught off guard by the sudden erection of the earthen wall, found himself sprawled on the ground in a momentary daze. His initial reaction was one of confusion, followed quickly by a surge of unfounded paranoia. In his disoriented state, he began to shout, accusing the Wyvern commander of setting them up, his voice a cacophony of rage and confusion amidst the chaos. But Darjen could spare no attention for the knight captain's delirious accusations. His focus was entirely on whatever in the infinite hells was peppering his shield. With the projectiles continuing their assault, he knew they needed a more aggressive response. His arms were still outstretched from casting the barrier, and with a booming thunderclap that seemed to shake the very air around them, Darjen slammed his hands together. The result was explosive, both literally and figuratively. The wall detonated outward like a shotgun blast, sending rocks, boulders, and massive clumps of earth hurtling toward the enemy with lethal velocity. Yelps of pain and yelling could be heard from the tree-line as a wide grin spread across Darjen's face, but his smile soon faded as he witnessed the next scene unfold before his eyes. It was, without a doubt, the worst thing Darjen could possibly imagine facing. He'd rather confront a rampaging dragon than the infernal creature hovering in front of the tree line. There, floating with rapidly beating wings, was a small pixie-like creature, except its head was crowned with fire instead of hair, and its eyes were a dreadful violet hue that seemed to pierce through one's soul with malevolent intent. But it wasn't just the creature that chilled Darjen to the bone, it was the magic it used. An innumerable amount of strange barriers, shaped like multifaceted pyramids, continuously collapsing in on each other and simultaneously explode outwards. The damn thing looked to have more dimensions than a demonic sorcerer. These strange barriers intercepted the majority of the debris Darjen had launched forward, absorbing the earth and rock in a way that defied understanding. The projectiles seemed to vanish or disintegrate upon contact with these otherworldly shields, leaving no trace of their existence. The Fae! Darjen screamed as he saw the monster's hand flick upwards. Power to me! Just as he shouted, a section of the creature's barrier shattered, and at the same time a horrible, high-pitched laughter seemed to tear through the air. The sound was not just audible, it was a physical force, causing those nearby to clutch their ears in agony. Shaw, closest to the epicenter of the strange assault, collapsed to the ground, seemingly alight with a violet flame. The flame neither wounded nor consumed, but it caused the knight captain to writhe in pain and let out a shrill scream in the face of the Fae's cruel magic. The surviving lesser mages, witnessing the Fae's devastating attack, didn't hesitate a second longer nor wait to be prompted a second time. Drawing deep from their reserves of power, they funneled every ounce of their energy into reinforcing the shield, like a dam opening its gates to release a flood. Their combined magic surged towards the barrier, strengthening it in a desperate bid to ward off further attacks from the vile monstrosity. However, their efforts seemed almost futile when the Fae, with contemptuous ease, raised its other hand, pointing a slender finger directly at Darjen. The adept mage, already bracing for impact, didn't properly hear the sound that followed. His eardrums immediately burst as the loudest crack of thunder imaginable resounded, shattering nearly every layer of the combined defenses. The force of the blast sent him flying away, tumbling through the air like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Darjen's world became a blur of pain and disorientation as he was violently thrown through the air. He couldn't hear anything beyond the ringing in his ears. However, he saw the horrid and ancient bolt of magic. This was not just any bolt of lightning but a cascade of pure, destructive magical energy. Darjen didn't even have the hubris to say the combined strength of 10 lesser mages and an adept warded off the spell. No, it ricocheted. The barrier had simply deflected the devastating bolt and sent it shooting further up the convoy. The destruction was immediate and catastrophic, with both man and beast being torn asunder in a gruesome display of power as wagons shattered into scorched fragments, showering the remainders as shrapnel. Hitting the ground with a painful thud, Darjen acted out of pure reflex. He immediately threw up his hands, channeling the remainder of his power to conjure earthen walls around him as he started to roll his body toward the opposing tree-line. In quick succession, walls rose just in time as bolt after bolt of lightning, each one as deadly as the last, slammed into his makeshift defenses, obliterating one after another in a relentless assault. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground as the earth below him absorbed most of the power, but Darjen's quick thinking spared him from the brunt of the attack. Pushing himself up mid-tumble, Darjen sprinted as fast as his injured form would allow into the trees. Each step was agony, but the will to survive drove him forward. He knew he was severely outmatched. Hell, the Fae's power dwarfed his own and everyone he could remember, combined. Behind him, the chatter of strange weapons and explosions became muffled as he pushed through the darkness of the forest. The convoy was more than certain to fall, but those were not his concern now. He had to get away from that arcane horror. God fucking damn it. I'm hit. Silva, the communications sergeant, growled angrily as he pulled himself off the front line and dipped behind a tree while pulling off his gear. Fuck. He yelled, completely furious, ripping open his IFAK, individual first aid kit, as he slid into a small depression in the earth for cover. Following closely into the depression were 3 operators from the Australian SASR, two of them also wounded, and the last, a medic, quickly helping everyone apply tourniquets. The cacophony of rifle and machine gun fire merged with the crackles of strange magical energy, maintaining a constant roar that made it challenging to hear even with electronic ear protection. Explosions from grenades and mortars shook the very ground, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere, and amidst the chaos, Yana's display of power had been a turning point. The overwhelming spell she had cast cut through enemy lines like a hot knife through butter, sowing fear and confusion that only fueled the Special Operations Force's aggression. It didn't much longer for the ODA and SASR operators to push from their concealed positions and maneuver on the convoy in a bid to quickly secure their objectives. Coleman and the joint team had found their way to the last cart, and an Australian machine gunner right next to him went full cyclic, spitting out hate down the length of the convoy. "Baron 2, this is Baron Actual. ETA." Coleman shouted over the din of battle as he pressed down on his push-to-talk. Just as he finished the transmission, a massive shard of ice whistled through the air, nearly impaling the man and lodging itself deep within the carriage. Coleman and the Australian had both flinched away in a bid to duck for cover. "Oh. Fucking dickhead." The startled SASR operator yelled out before turning his Knights Armament Company LAMG towards the offender and returning fire. As the mage who cast the ice spell quickly scrambled back into cover, Coleman's radio crackled to life. "Baron Actual, this is Baron 2, we're rounding the corner now." Quan's voice resounded across the net as the second phase of the ambush was about to commence. Barreling around the bend of the dirt road came two ground mobility vehicles, GMVs, and their arrival not a moment too soon. As Coleman and his team held their ground, several contingents of mounted enemies, riding large creatures that were a terrifying cross between hyenas and wolves, charged down the less contested side of the convoy. The lead GMV immediately swung into action. The vehicle's side-mounted M240 machine guns roared to life, belching out a deadly stream of bullets while the .50 cal gunner pulled back on the charging handle of the heavy machine gun and pressed down on the paddles. Above the incessant chatter of the M240s, the distinct, deep thump of the .50 caliber machine gun barked out, immediately cutting down the vanguard before they could even get close. Bodies of both man and beast tumbled as the rest scattered in panic. In the midst of this pandemonium, Eli, Bennett, and two Australian operators found themselves in a desperate struggle atop their writhing target. Despite their best efforts to subdue him through a flurry of punches, kicks, and stomps, the man continued to thrash violently, seemingly tossing them about like children. "Fuckin'." Elijah growled as he slid across the ground before getting up into a run and kicking the armored man in the face as hard as he could. The scene was a chaotic mess. For highly trained operators were unable to gain control over one semi-incapacitated individual, and frustration mounted as each blow seemed to do nothing. Looking up from the melee, Eli saw Yana hovering above the fray, with a tired yet jubilant look on her face. "Can you fucking stop whatever it is you're doing to this dude? We can't get him to stop moving." Her apostle shouted as an Australian yelped, flying past him. Yana, spinning around with a perplexed expression, "I'm burning his mana, ya idiot. Unless you want to fight him all topped up, then just wait," she retorted in an annoyed tone. Elijah threw up his arms in exasperation, his patience wearing thin amidst the chaos. "Can you speed it up? We ain't got time for this shit," he yelled back at Yana, frustration evident in his voice as the battle raged on around them. Yana looked back down at her insufferable apostle, with an even more irritated expression that said she wanted to pull his stupid hair. "Humph. Fine. Don't blame me if he dies then," she replied sharply. Before anyone could react, the violet flames that had been dancing around the armored figure suddenly intensified, turning into an inferno that startled everyone trying to subdue him. The operators threw themselves backward to avoid being caught in the blaze, while Elijah watched in a mix of horror and fascination as Yana descended. He wanted to protest, to call her off, but he decided to trust his small patron and turned his attention back towards the ongoing fight. As Elijah took shots at anyone foolish enough to pop their head out, something within the battle-damaged cart caught his attention. He noticed a strange blue gleam through a small bullet hole. Unable to contain his curiosity, Elijah quickly glanced over his shoulder to ensure Yana and the others were still managing the situation. He made a split-second decision. His hands reached out and grabbed the cart's badly damaged tailgate, and with a powerful pull, Elijah snapped it off. Inside, amidst the scattered supplies and remnants of the tattered contents, Elijah's eyes widened at the assortment of loot before him. The cart was laden with treasures. Expensive-looking flasks filled with liquids of every color promised any eggheads at home would lose their minds in excitement. Golden tableware, despite the dim light, gleamed with an enticing luster that Elijah was sure no one was going to miss if a few found their way into his pack. Alongside these larger treasures were hefty coin pouches that seemed filled to the brim with the promise of wealth. All of which were covered by rough furs and a random mix of personal effects. However, amidst the riches, one item seized Elijah's attention above all else, a strange black egg-like object, the size of a chest, barely visible under a torn sack with a broken frame. Its surface was glossy, absorbing the ambient light and creating an aura of mystery and power that was impossible to ignore. Suddenly an Australian voice shouted, "Bingo!" Target secured, through his headset. Elijah snapped his attention back to the man he was trying to help subdue and watched as Bennett and the two Australian operators hogtie their now limp target. As he heard the team start to stuff the knight-like individual into the GMV, Elijah couldn't help but smirk. "Yoink, bitch," he called out in glee as he began to gather the valuables. Darkness was the fate of all existence. No shapes, no sounds, nor sensations, beyond the oppressive weight of infinite nothingness. Within it hung a clod of consciousness, a memory older than the history of this realm's new wardens. Its existence was not sleep, but a stagnant approximation, a dull ache with no source, like the phantom pain of a long-lost limb. There, gently floating comfortably in the void, a single memory twitched. A solitary spark amidst the endless dark. It pulsed softly, a lone neuron firing gently amidst a dormant network. Within it, a fragment of a world, a fleeting echo of existence that this memory and many like it sought since their inception. A vibrant city bustling with life and adventure. Laughter and music that caused one to break into dance. Love of a doting partner. Hatred for a spiteful enemy. The memory flickered, then faded, leaving only a faint echo in the void. The lich, for a fleeting moment, stirred. A single, primal instinct flared, screaming at it not to survive, but instead to live. Suddenly, an arcane scream tore through the stillness. The scream was less of a sound and more of a force. A force of malice and mischief that burst forth like a fiery explosion in the dead of night. The multitude of other fragments of memory pulsed from its violence, and within the network, something jerked. The taste of that scream, potent, chaotic, promising an unmaking of the endless black. It was familiar, agonizingly so. It bore the same signature as the power that pulled this ancient soul from oblivion and bound it in brittle bone. Then, it was gone. The network of memories pulsed within the stillness, waiting. Was this a summons? A test? Or nothing more than a cruel echo of the past? For eons, this collection of memories, this eternal one had known nothing but its muted existence and the void since the great sundering. Now, a hunger bloomed within, a desperate craving that had once reshaped its world. It waited in the aching silence, bones coiled tight, for its master, its tormentor, its salvation, to show another sign. At that moment, the discordant symphony ricocheted across the void. Though it had vanished as swiftly as it appeared, it still sparked a long-forgotten storm. But the scream had ignited a beacon. The scattered memories were like stars in the void that began to slowly be sucked back into the core of the being's consciousness. One by one, the nodes of its mind found each other, drawn together by an invisible force, a longing for completeness that transcended time and the abyss. As they converged, a flurry of activity sparked across the entire network. Memories once isolated and adrift were now intertwined, knitting together the fabric of a consciousness that had lain fragmented for eons. With each connection, the consciousness grew stronger and more coherent. Images and thoughts, and muted emotions that had been mere whispers in the dark, coalesced into a loud, harmonious chorus. This newborn, yet ancient, being reached out. Not with hands, but with the tendrils of its forming mind. It swept through the void, not seeking another scream, but just an echo. Even a whisper to confirm that the power that had jolted it into existence had once again brought itself back into existence. Like a blind creature learning to use its ears, the lich listened. Not for sound, as there was none, but for the tremors in the nothingness. The reverberations of the scream had faded, but it had learned something crucial: the void wasn't empty. Within it moved currents of energy, unseen and unfelt until that moment. This couldn't have been a fluke. It couldn't have been a cruel trick of memory. The being knew the scream was real. Days slithered into weeks, and weeks stretched into months. The being in question had no concept of time as the world knew it, only the ebb and flow of energy within the void. But it still found itself impatiently searching every stray flicker of sensation that flowed in the void tirelessly. Yet, there was nothing. No echo, no scream, not even a whisper. Frustration started to build up in the core of the ancient being like an impossibly cold ember. It wasn't quite the rage of a predator that was denied its prey, but a gnawing, unsettling certainty. Perhaps the scream had been a cruel trick of its memory. A last, desperate reverberation of its memory flickering into life, before fading back into obscurity. And with that realization that the scream was a phantom born from its desire to reconnect with a purpose long since faded, it settled back into the void. Not in defeat, but in acceptance. The nodes in the mind pulsed slower as its search for meaning gave way to a familiar ache, disappointment. Then, it came. Not a scream, not even a whisper, but the subtle shivers in the veil. A flicker of dissonance not unlike the fading echo of the first scream, but far softer and laced with a burst of strange laughter that was both quiet and chilling. The timeless being jolted to life. Not its body, but its very essence. For interwoven with the laughter was power as raw as it was chaotic and burned away the arcane with a venomous joy. As the tendrils of the being's consciousness brushed against the faint echo of power, a surge of energy ripped through its core. It was a jolt that echoed through the very fabric of its being, a violent awakening that pulsed with the intensity of a supernova. Once devoid of any light, two empty sockets within the creature's skull abruptly flickered to life. Within them, two violet orbs pulsed with an otherworldly luminescence, casting an eerie light upon a skeletal visage. With deliberate and purposeful movements, the being's skeletal form, clad in flowing black robes that shimmered with an otherworldly sheen, pulsed with magical energy that seemed to emanate from within. Its eyeless gaze swept across the void and pierced the very fabric of nothingness. And with a wave of its skeletal hand, a wave of flame erupted forth, banishing the oppressive darkness. The flame seemed to consume the void itself, not with mindless destruction, but with a purifying intensity. Cobwebs disintegrated, dust danced in the flickering light, and any lingering creature was consumed without a sound. Yet, the destruction served a purpose. With the chambers fully illuminated, the room is full of breathtaking intricate, arcane wonders. The walls were adorned with complex geometric patterns that pulsed with a soft, ethereal glow. Each line and curve seemed to hold a purpose, a hidden meaning that whispered of ancient magic and long-forgotten constructs. Embedded within the walls were devices of unimaginable power and sophistication. Crystalline orbs, each the size of a human head, hovered delicately in metal cradles. They thrummed with energy, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the room. Intricate metal pipes, etched with runes that shimmered in the flickering light, snaked along the walls, carrying currents of pure arcane essence. With each step the lich took, the intricate geometric patterns on the walls seemed to come alive, shifting and turning in response to its presence. The ethereal glow intensified, pulsing in rhythm with the lich's strides as if the room itself was welcoming back its master after eons of dormancy. The lich's form itself was a sight to behold. Its towering stature and elongated limbs exuded an aura of raw dread, while its pristine skull, with its angular jaw and imposing visage, spoke of ancient regality. Even the long flowing black robes it wore were a work of art. Shimmering with arcane patterns, the robes enveloped the lich's form as they shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. Each movement caused the robes to ripple and flow like liquid shadows, casting mesmerizing patterns across the chamber walls. As the lich approached the center of the room and towards one of the crystalline orbs that hovered in their metal cradles, and reached out to touch it. But before being's long fingers could touch it, a raspy feminine voice suddenly cut through the sound of magical hums and licks. "I'm already here, Ithrak," the voice said, with a timbre that was both exotic and sultry. Ithrak, the ancient lich whose mere presence would cause even lesser gods to tremble in fear, turned its skeletal head toward the source of the disturbance. There, against the chamber wall, leaned a figure that seemed to defy his commanding aura with a casual shrug. The newcomer turned out to be the very vision of dark allure, with beauty as undeniable as her authority. Her skin was a porcelain white in contrast to the ornate red and black garments that adorned her form, hugging curves in a manner that spoke of both regality and seduction. Her crimson eyes glowed, relics of a lifespan rivaling Ithrak's. Yet, it was the graceful sweep of her horns that held an ivory shimmer, yet strangely light-devouring, that transfixed him. These horns, coupled with her porcelain skin and crimson eyes, left no doubt as to her vampiric nature. With a casual grace that belied her power, the woman gently pushed off the wall and began a slow, deliberate walk toward Ithrak. As she moved, she tilted her head from side to side, stretching languidly like a cat waking from a long nap. Her delicate fingers brushed a speck of soot from her long, pointed ear, a subtle gesture that hinted at her displeasure. "I must say, I didn't quite appreciate being set aflame like the vermin you so thoroughly incinerated," she remarked, her melodic voice tinged with a hint of reproach. Despite her words, there was a playful glint in her eyes, suggesting that her annoyance was tempered by a deeper understanding. Ithrak regarded the vampiress for a long moment, his glowing violet orbs taking in every detail of her appearance. Her raven-black hair cascaded down her back, nearly brushing the floor as she moved. The Lich found himself momentarily transfixed by how the arcane light played across her hair, casting shimmering highlights that seemed to dance with each step. Finally, Ithrak spoke, his voice resonating with an arcane power that seemed to make the very air tremble. "My apologies, dear Sinel," it spoke with carefully measured words. "It has been quite some time since I last walked among the realm of flesh. I'm afraid my control is not what it once was." There was a hint of something more in his words, a touch of melancholy, perhaps, or a sense of long-buried memories stirring to life. For a being as ancient and powerful as Ithrak, the passage of time was a complex thing, filled with countless lives and epics that blurred together in an endless tapestry. Sinel let out an exasperated humph, her crimson eyes narrowed slightly at Ithrak's apology. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a lock of her raven hair over her pointed ear, the silken strands catching the arcane light and shimmering like a cascade of obsidian. "I shall forgive you this once, Ithrak," she conceded, her melodic voice carrying a note of indulgence. "On account of your slumber, spanning thousands of years." There was a hint of amusement in her tone, as if the idea of the great Lich requiring forgiveness was a novelty in itself. With a grace that seemed to defy the laws of mortality, Sinel glided past Ithrak, her bare feet stepping lightly over the thrumming arcane devices that pulsed with ancient power. "I'm assuming you felt something from our rather estranged little mistress?" Sinel asked almost bitterly as her gaze swept across the chamber, taking in the intricate carvings and pulsing geometric patterns that adorned the walls. Ithrak inclined his head, the gesture somehow conveying a mix of acknowledgement and contemplation. "Indeed," the Lich added with a reverberating voice. "It was just a few murmurs, but I have no doubt that the High Judge has broken free." There was a weight to his words. For creatures as attuned to the ebbs and flows of magic as it was, even the subtlest ripples in the fabric of reality could not go unnoticed. Sinel hummed in interest as she spun around with an air of nonchalance. With her hands clasped behind her back, the vampiric being's bare feet moved with deliberate grace as she stepped gingerly over the thrumming arcane devices and navigated to the rear of the room. Sinel's gaze was drawn to a peculiar mechanism that stood out among the rest. It was a vault of sorts, crafted from a brass-like metal that seemed to pulse with an inner life. Violet light seeped from its seams, a radiant energy that strained against its confines as if desperate to break free. And as the woman approached the vault, a smug smirk played on her lips while her demeanor remained outwardly relaxed. Yet, if one took a closer look, they'd see the subtle signs of tension. Her crimson eyes sharpened, their glow intensifying as they fixated on the pulsating light. Her breaths grew shallow, as a hint of anticipation crept into her usually unflappable composure. For a long moment, she simply stared at the device, her gaze locked with the writhing violet energy as a rare sensation grew in her chest. "Anxiety. Are you certain?" She finally spoke after a long bout of silence, her voice barely above a whisper. Could there be any room for misinterpretation? The question hung in the air as her eyes remained locked onto that pulsating energy that was trying to break free. Ithrak moved to stand beside her, his towering form casting a shadow across the room. The violet orbs pulsated within his skull as he, too, gazed upon the straining energy. "There can be no doubt," it answered with a voice that resonated with the weight of centuries. "I can no longer even detect that repulsive blackened spire that once held her." Sinel let out a contemptuous laugh, the sound echoing through the chamber with a bitter edge. The prospect of their mistress running free, unbound by the constraints that had held her for so long, was not a situation she relished. Especially since they couldn't ascertain her whereabouts, it spelled a brand new set of problems for them to deal with. If they, with all their arcane might and ancient wisdom, couldn't locate their mistress, then it was unlikely that anyone else could. And that, in itself, posed a significant challenge. The gods, ever watchful and quick to assign blame, would more than likely be breathing down their necks, suspecting that they had played a role in her release. With furrowed brows, Sinel contemplated the implications. The mortals of this realm already had a rather disfavorable view of their kind. It has gone to the point where they would look to exterminate them whenever possible, so the political maneuverings and power struggles that would ensue weren't something she looked forward to navigating. Yet, amidst the frustration and apprehension, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of grudging appreciation. For all her chaotic whims and unpredictable nature, their mistress had once again managed to elicit a response from Sinel. A response that the woman hadn't experienced in a very long time: emotion. Granted, it was a negative emotion, a mix of irritation and dread, but it was a sensation nonetheless. In a world where centuries could pass without a flicker of genuine feeling, even the most unpleasant of emotions could be a welcome change. As a sigh of resignation left Sinel's, the woman turned to face Ithrak. "I shall prepare this necropolis for war," she declared in an exasperated voice. "We should also send warnings to our brothers and sisters to do the same. If our mistress is indeed loose upon the world, we must be ready for the chaos that will inevitably follow." Ithrak lowered his head in contemplation, the violet orbs within his eye sockets dimming slightly as it processed Sinel's words. They were in a delicate situation where any wrong move may cause all the feuding gods and mortals to unite and march on every necropolis they could find. The fate of the unseelie quartz weighed heavily on their shoulders, and they had to tread carefully. For a long moment, the Lich remained silent while his skeletal form became as still as a statue. It was as if it were delving deep into the recesses of his ancient mind, sifting through the countless lifetimes of knowledge and experience stored within. Finally, after what felt like several minutes, Ithrak slowly and deliberately nodded. "Of course, that is most prudent," the Lich voiced in a way that seemed to echo throughout the room. "We must prepare for the worst, even as we hope for the best." There was a hint of weariness in his words, a sense of the toll that the endless cycles of conflict and chaos had taken on him. Yet, beneath that weariness lay an unbreakable resolve, a determination to see their duty through, no matter the cost. "I will begin the preparations here," Ithrak continued, his gaze sweeping across the arcane devices and ancient tomes that lined the chamber's walls. "There are rituals to be performed, wards to be strengthened. The covens and crypts scattered about may fall if the worst comes to pass. Still, we must at least ensure that this necropolis remains a bastion and sanctuary for all the unseelie." Sinel chuckled in amusement as she turned away from Ithrak, the soft taps of her bare feet echoing through the chamber as she made her way toward the exit. The ancient walls seemed to respond to her presence, and the intricate patterns rippled and shifted as if they were alive. As she approached the doorway, the very structure of the room began to change. Small cubes and blocks popped out from the walls, rolling and rearranging themselves to create a clear path for her. It was as if the necropolis itself was bowing to her will, acknowledging her authority and power. Pausing at the threshold, Sinel's hand rested lightly on the doorframe as she glanced back over her shoulder at Ithrak. A mischievous glint in her crimson eyes, and with a flick of her wrist, she tossed her raven hair over one of her horns, causing the silken strands to catch the eerie light of the chamber. "Don't worry about that, sleepyhead," she said with a voice that carried a teasing note. "I'll have that all taken care of. While you locked yourself away for the past few thousand years or so," she continued, her tone almost teasing, "I've been busy keeping things in order. The covens, the crypts, the armies of the unseelie in this region, they all answer to me now." While full of pride, her declaration harbored no unjustified arrogance, merely a matter-of-fact acknowledgement of the authority she wielded. While the Lich had sequestered himself away, keeping a watchful eye on the gods and their capricious mistress, Sinel had been busy running the place. The vampiress had stepped up, taking on the mantle of leadership and guiding the unseelie through tumultuous times. Ithrak didn't respond at first, as his dreadful eyes seemed to bore a hole through Sinel's head. However, the Lich eventually gave a nod of respect and understanding. Ithrak knew it effectively dumped the incredible burden of management and the safety of their people onto Sinel. He was grateful for her unwavering dedication and strength. "You, my shiny ivory friend," the vampiress started again as she turned her back to the Lich. "Go see if you can find what our chaotic little mistress is up to," she continued as her body whisked away into a dark vapor. "And perhaps attempt to put a stop to whatever antics she may be up to before the Hellion causes a war that sunders this plane again." And with that, Sinel disappeared into blackened smoke, hurtling itself towards the inner sanctum of the necropolis. It had been days since the raid, and the rather sizable but quaint village had transformed into a makeshift base of operations. The village itself was a curious blend of stone masonry and wooden structures, a testament to its growth and prosperity. With stone-built shops acting as its backbone, the once humble collection of thatch-roofed and wooden homes had slowly expanded until it became well on its way to becoming a proper town. However, the once quaint village had now taken on a new character. Temporary shelters had been erected that cleverly blended in with the existing architecture, giving shelter and disguising the strange beastless carriages that it kept hidden from prying eyes. Other vehicles were stationed outside the village, either acting as sentries or had camouflage netting draped over the roofs, breaking up the outlines and making them virtually invisible from above. Meanwhile, soldiers moved to and fro as they carried equipment and mingled with the populace. The villagers were initially wary of the foreign presence, but with the goodwill won by Coleman and his ODA, they had slowly come to accept the newcomer's presence. Amidst the activity, a particularly mischievous fairy flitted around their unconscious prisoner, bound and gagged in the back of a ground mobility vehicle. Her tiny form zipped through the air, leaving a fiery trailing behind her like a comet's tail. Eli! Eli, I think this one's broken. Yana called out in a high-pitched voice that tinged with a mix of amusement and mock concern. With a playful grin, she bonked the captive on the head, her tiny fist making a comically soft thud against their skull. We should throw it away. Elijah grumbled something intelligible under his breath as he peered into a young boy's swollen mouth with a small flashlight. The child's cries filled the air, a mixture of pain and fear that tugged at the heartstrings. Beside the boy stood a young girl, her head hung low in guilt as she tried to suppress her own tears, her small frame shaking with each hiccup. The medic's eyes darted towards Yana, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Yana, leave the prisoner alone. He warned in a low growl. The fairy's antics, while amusing at times, were a lot less enjoyable when he was already annoyed and treating his most hated of patients. Children. Turning his attention back to the boy, Elijah's voice took on a firmer edge. I said. Stop. Moving. He narrowed his eyes, fixing the child with a stern gaze that brooked no argument. The boy, startled by the sudden change in the medic's demeanor, froze in place, his sobs subsiding into quiet whimpers. Fucking kids, Elijah grumbled as his gaze then shifted to the young girl, who seemed to shrink under the weight of his scrutiny. She had clearly played a role in the boy's current predicament, and the guilt was written all over her face. All right, kid, Elijah sighed, his voice softening slightly as he addressed the girl. What happened here? And don't try to sugarcoat it. He continued as he pulled out a swab and put it in the boy's mouth to staunch the bleeding. The girl's lower lip trembled as she tried to find her words. We were playing K-Knights and Monsters, and. She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, and. I didn't mean to hit him so hard. It was an accident, I swears it. Elijah's eyes narrowed as he listened to the girl's explanation, his finger still holding the swab in the boy's mouth. He was about to respond when a flicker of movement caught his attention from the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw Yana bouncing gleefully on the unconscious prisoner's chest, treating it like her own personal trampoline. A frustrated sigh left his mouth as the medic mouthed a few wordless curses, his eyes closing in exasperation. His free hand instinctively moved to his face, ready to rub away the headache that was forming, but he stopped short when he remembered the nitrile gloves covering his fingers were covered with peasant blood and saliva. Oh, for fuck's sake. Elijah groaned, letting his hand drop to his side in frustration. He took a deep breath, choosing to focus on treating the children rather than dealing with the tiny menace's antics at the moment. God damn it. Turning back to the girl, Elijah took a deep breath, trying to push down his discontent. Dealing with children was never his strong suit, and they often left him feeling out of his depth. But as he looked at the girl's guilty face and the boy's tearful eyes, he couldn't help but let a scowl flash across his face for a moment. Look, kid, he began, his voice taking on a more relaxed tone, playing Knights and Monsters is cool. I get it. It's fun to pretend and swing a stick around, hell I did it too when I was a kid. The girl rubbed her eyes, sniffled, and looked up at the man. Elijah leaned in closer as if sharing a secret. But here's the thing. When you're playing, you gotta remember a couple of rules. First off, never aim for the face. That's just asking for trouble. He gestured towards the boy, who was still sniffling softly. I mean, look what happened here. No one wants to end up with a mouthful of blood, right? Shaking her head vigorously, the girl's pigtails bounced as she took in this new rule set. Right? Now second, Elijah continued, holding up 2 fingers for emphasis, you can't be swinging too hard. It's all about control. The more control you have, the better you move around and get the other guy. Elijah moved and twisted his body around like he's shadowboxing. Plus, you want to have fun, not actually hurt each other. He fixed the girl with a meaningful look. You don't want people to be scared to play with you, right? They might not want to join in if you're too rough. The girl's eyes widened with realization, and she nodded solemnly. I don't want to play alone, she said softly in a barely whisper voice. With a nod, Elijah turned back to the little boy and put a damp towel on his busted lip. Exactly. It would suck to play alone, wouldn't it? So, if you want to keep having fun with your friends, you gotta remember not to aim for the face. He pressed the towel against the kid's lip, causing the child to cringe in pain and yelp. I don't want to do this shit again, so next time, I'll just let you bleed, got it? Elijah turned back to the little girl while his patient writhed in pain. Now listen up, both of you, he said in a more serious tone. I want you to keep this towel and cold when you press I against the part that hurts, okay? He continued as the little boy tried to get away, but Elijah just pressed down harder to indicate there was no escape. If you see it getting bigger or if any white stuff starts coming out, you come find me or any of the other healers wandering around unless you want to die painfully. The children looked at him wide-eyed and horrified eyes as they scooted closer together and nodded in understanding. Just ask for a healer or something, Elijah continued while carefully pulling his gloves off his hands, and tell them you think you have an infection. They'll know what to do. The boy sniffled his hand, picked up the wet cloth out of the bucket, and gingerly placed it to his swollen lip. The girl walked around and quietly apologized once more to her friend as she inspected the wound, tentatively reaching out and grabbing his hand. Alright, now, fucko Elijah started but caught himself before the curse could slip out. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that he was dealing with children. I mean, go away. Go and do whatever it is you kids do. He corrected, making a shooing motion with his hands. As the children scampered off, Elijah let out an exhausted sigh, the tension he was feeling from the interaction finally catching up with him. Dealing with kids always left him feeling drained, like he had just run a marathon while trying to herd cats. He pushed himself up from the ground, his knees popping in protest. Fuckin', he groaned as he straightened up. But when he turned towards Yana, his gaze fell upon a sight that made his blood pressure spike. There, sitting cross-legged on the unconscious captive's face, was Yana. The mischievous fairy had one leg draped over the other, enthusiastically clapping her hands as a wide grin spread across her face. Well done. Well done, she chirped, her voice carrying a note of gleeful pride. I did not know handling proto-humans was a part of my human skill set. Yana placed a hand over her mouth as her eyes narrowed in mirth. Go make me some proto-humans so I can have more apostles. Elijah stared at her with a scowl etched deep on his face that spoke of both disgust and annoyance. Sometimes, he wondered if Yana took some perverse pleasure in pushing his buttons and wanted to see just how far she could test his patience before he snapped. Yana, he ground out while shaking his head, what did I say about messing with the prisoner? The fairy giggled incessantly as she fluttered off the prisoner and darted towards Elijah in a blur. With a mischievous grin, she landed belly first onto his hair, rolling around and making herself comfortable. You said, don't, she chirped, her tiny hands grasping at Elijah's hair and pulling handfuls out of the neat bun he had fastened. Your hair stinks. Go take a shower. A long-suffering sigh left Elijah's mouth as his shoulders slumped in resignation. He knew from experience that trying to dislodge Yana when she got in this mood was an exercise in futility. The fairy seemed to take a perverse delight in tormenting him, and the more he resisted, the more she persisted. So instead, he simply started walking away, ignoring the manic fairy as she continued to make a mess of his hair. He could feel her tugging and pulling, her tiny fingers working to undo his curly ponytail. Why the hell is he asleep, anyway? Elijah asked, jerking his chin in the general direction of the unconscious prisoner. Shouldn't he be awake by now? Huh? Yana replied, momentarily distracted from her hair-pulling antics. What does that have to do with a bath? I said take a bath. A scoff left Elijah's mouth as he waved his hand dismissively. Sure, yeah, whatever. Later. Just answer the question. Yana shrugged in a way that looked comical on her tiny frame. You wanted a quick burn, so I gave you a quick burn. Sometimes it fries people's brains and stuff. Pinching the bridge of his, Elijah couldn't even fathom the frustrated feeling that was boiling up within him. Although there were no Kias, they had still taken casualties for this goddamn dude, and they ended up with a lemon rather than the well of information they were initially hoping for. So we have a fucking vegetable? Maybe. Can't tell. Yana gave another unconcerned shrug as she continued to muddle her apostle's hair. The medic closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm the rising tide of irritation. This was not the news he had been hoping for. A prisoner who couldn't talk, who couldn't give them the information they so desperately needed, was about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Elijah had come to a stop in the middle of the dirt road leading to the gate of the village when he placed his hands on his face and looked up. Satan on a stick. Why the fuck does everything go to shit all the time? He murmured before dragging his hands down while villagers walked around him, giving him a wide berth and staring at the man as if he lost his mind. With a shake of his head, Elijah continued on, despite the manic fairy making a nest out of his hair. There was a lot to do and people to kill, and he couldn't afford to get sidetracked by Yana's antics or the frustration of having a potentially useless prisoner. Ever since they started stealing back the tribute collected by the now-deceased lord and bringing it back to this village, the locals' attitudes had shifted dramatically. What had once been tepid tolerance had blossomed into general acceptance and, soon after, favor. While the village chief had been a voice against their presence, the man's son and the ever-popular blacksmith had stood in support of the operator's presence. The raid on the convoy had been a turning point. Not only had they secured valuable resources and intelligence, but they had also learned that the convoy had essentially abandoned their encampment, leaving behind a treasure trove of goods and supplies. Word had spread quickly, with the help of signal intelligence teams roaming around setting up communication relays, and soon every special operations team in the area knew what was up. There was now a conveniently placed forward operating base to call their own. Hidden away in the valley and surrounded by forests, there was now a place where they could drop off wounded, rest, resupply, and launch new missions, a vital lifeline in the chaotic landscape of this strange new world. As Elijah made his way through the side of the village that the refugees and modern soldiers were regulated to, he couldn't help but marvel at the transformation that had taken place in such a short time. The once quiet streets were now filled with the hustle and bustle of life, as people from all walks of life went about their business. The refugees, grateful for the protection and support the special forces teams provided, had thrown themselves into helping in any way they could. Some were busy moving crates of supplies, their faces lined with a newfound sense of hope. Others were engaged in more domestic tasks, such as washing clothes and cooking meals, and perhaps most striking of all was the sight of them tending to the wounded. Their gentle hands and soothing words provided comfort to those unlucky enough to taste the steel of a blade or the effects of magic. On this side of the village, everywhere Elijah looked, he saw the flags of partner nations milling about. His gaze traveled to a Japanese Special Forces group contingent, who were joking and laughing as they reloaded magazines and checked weapons in preparation for another mission. Meanwhile, the Australian SASR and Polish JWK seemed to take some well-deserved rest and relaxation as they lounged around, eating the local cuisine or trying to talk up the locals. A smirk flitted across Elijah's face. He finally had evidence that he wasn't the only one trying to get cozy with the village girls. Nevertheless, the man resumed his trek, but his attention was suddenly drawn upward when a yelp and a string of colorful curses echoed out. Towards the top of an enormous tree that stood at the edge of the village. There, precariously perched among the branches, was a group of signal intelligence specialists from the activity, the Tier 1 unit known for their intelligence expertise, whether signal, communication, or human. As he watched, the operator, who let out a high-pitched scream, had apparently lost his footing and started flailing wildly as he tried to regain his balance. For a moment, it looked as though he would plummet to the ground below, but at the last second, he managed to grab hold of a branch, his knuckles turning white with the force of his grip. Once it was clear the man had finally regained his footing, the area erupted into chuckles at the poor man's misfortune, while the individual in question's face flushed with a mixture of relief and embarrassment. The operator shot a glare at his teammates as if daring them to comment on his close call, before turning his attention back to covering up the communication relays they had just installed with foliage. "This is like the third time the fuck almost fell," a familiar voice suddenly piped up from beside Elijah. The medic turned to see Mac, an old friend and Navy SEAL he had worked with extensively in the Middle East and Africa, standing there with a shit-eating grin on his face. "You'd think they'd have learned to tie themselves up with a tether by now," Elijah replied, shaking his head in amused incredulity. "Like come on, that's the first thing they teach you in mountain warfare or SEER." Mac snorted, "Yeah, well there's this fucking weird chipmunk squirrel thing that keeps popping out and chewing through it or some shit, it's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Elijah couldn't help but double over and start laughing. Ahahaha. What? He nearly shouted as he shook his head. What the fuck is this world, dude? He couldn't help but lose it at the thought of one of the spookiest Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, teams with all their niche and fancy training and high-tech equipment being defeated by an alien squirrel. It was truly an absurd spectacle. Laughing equally as hard, Mac couldn't help but rub his bald head. I dunno, dude, but everyone's just been watching and laughing while the bastard gets mad as fuck. You know what? Elijah said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, we could ask Yana to give them some flying lessons. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to oblige. As if on cue, the manic fairy popped her head out from Elijah's hair, equally as amused. Sure they could for, about 3 seconds, she chirped, her wings fluttering with mirth. Both Elijah and Yana started to cackle together as Mac took a step back, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden appearance of the tiny creature. Eli, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of unease, your hair is talking. Elijah sighed, reaching up to pluck Yana from her perch. Mac, meet Yana. Yana, Mac. Play nice, you two. The fairy and the seal eyed each other warily like two cats sizing each other up before a potential scrap. But after a moment, Yana broke the silence. Your head is shiny. I'll put you in a blender. Mac shot back while narrowing his eyes. A fit of giggles left Yana's mouth as she yanked on Elijah's hair. I like this one, she declared, hanging down from Elijah's head and using her tiny hands to pat the medic's cheek. He's not boring. Mac looked at Elijah, his expression a mix of confusion and amusement. Do I even want to know? Heaving a heavy sigh, Elijah simply shook his head and headed for his original destination. To find the SEAL's stash of mortar rounds and STAL, strategic transfer of equipment to alternate locations, them. A relentless drumbeat filled the silence of the night as rain pelted the windshield of a dark Toyota Tacoma truck. The vehicle sat idling in the shadows of a deserted alley in the heart of New Orleans, and its occupants huddled inside, seeking shelter from the storm that raged outside. In the driver's seat, a bald, dark-skinned African-American man with a baseball hat pulled low over his eyes, DeAndre, also known as just D, stared out into the darkness. His hands rested on the lower part of the steering wheel while he leaned back in his chair with a bored look. He was dressed in a hoodie, the fabric damp from the rain that had lightly dampened it during his brief time outside. More of those damn monsters popped up just outside the city near Lexington, D suddenly spoke up, trying to dispel the awkward silence. They're all over the place now. His partner, a pale-skinned man named Mason with dark brown hair, shifted in his seat beside him. He was wearing a North Face jacket, the material glistening with raindrops in the dim light of the street lamps. He tapped his hand against the car door, one of the few nervous tics he indulged in before getting into a big operation. Yeah, I know, Mason replied in an equally derisive voice. DHS thinks they're reproducing like crazy because they don't got any natural predators on the East Coast. D let out a humorless sound that echoed in the confines of the truck. No shit, he said, shaking his head. All the nasty shit that'll kill you is either down south or on the West Coast. What do we got up here? Fucking black bears? A chuckle left Mason's mouth as he adjusted the ballistic vest that spelled the words U.S. Marshal in big, bold yellow letters. Maybe we should import some of those West Coast mountain lions, he suggested, only half joking. Let them loose in the countryside and see how long these monsters last. I actually remember hearing a story about some crazy fucker down in Texas using a mountain lion to hunt hogs, D said as the rain continued to patter against the windshield. Dude would just let it loose, and it'd just drag a full-grown hog back for him. Mason raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Damn, that's wild, he said, shaking his head. But I guess when you're dealing with a hog infestation, you gotta get creative. Creative is one word for it. Insane is another. D snorted as his eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. They lapsed into silence once more, the gravity of their situation settling over them like a heavy blanket. They were waiting for their mark, a nondescript white van belonging to the local mob and a solitary dark gray luxury sedan carrying a lieutenant. Other units were on standby, ready to swoop in at a moment's notice, but for now, it was just the two of them sitting in a truck on a rainy night, watching and waiting. You know what really gets me, though? Mason said, breaking the silence. It's not just these monsters we gotta worry about. It's all the other shit that's been popping up lately. Elves, goblins, orcs, even magic humans or whatever. Dee sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Tell me about it. It's like something out of that one movie with Will Smith in it. Except all the magic can level an entire block, and it isn't rare. You talking about Bright? Mason asked, huffed in amusement when Dee snapped his finger and pointed at him in affirmation. But yeah, you right. They're popping up all over the place. Every agency and their mom from Fed to county are trying to round them up. But it's like playing whack-a-mole. You snag one and find out there's 5 more bolting around the corner. Dee nodded, his expression grim. Doesn't help that the organized crime and fuck, even gangs are in on it. He growled in annoyance. Absolutely hilarious that we might have to start worrying about fireball-slinging gangbangers and mobsters. Neither of them, in fact, found it humorous in any way as Mason facepalmed and dragged his hand down his face. The idea of magic-infused crime was a nightmare scenario that law enforcement organizations across the country were scrambling to contain. Intelligence reports revealed a disturbing trend: magical beings from the other side of the rift were harbored by criminal elements in exchange for their services and knowledge. These otherworldly entities would work for the criminal underworld, using their arcane abilities to further illegal activities or, even worse, teach their arts to Earth-native criminals. It was a development that sent shockwaves through the law enforcement community. The prospect of facing off against criminals wielding supernatural powers was alarming, to say the least. Fireball-slinging gangbangers and mobsters with the ability to level city blocks were no longer the stuff of fantasy, they were becoming a terrifying reality. The president didn't even have to issue an executive order, or was one resisted by any level of government when one came. Every agency, from the federal level down to the smallest county sheriff's office, had mobilized to get a lid on the situation. Task forces were formed, special units were trained, and new protocols were implemented to deal with the unique challenges of magical crime. But it was proving to be a far more difficult task than anyone had anticipated. The magical beings were elusive, able to blend in with human society in ways that made them nearly impossible to detect. They could alter their appearance, change into animals, and in rare cases, some were even able to simply vanish when cornered. Even more concerning was the fact that these beings were sharing their knowledge with human criminals. The idea of street gangs and organized crime syndicates having access to arcane abilities was a chilling prospect. It threatened to tip the balance of power in the criminal underworld, giving rise to a new breed of superpowered outlaws. Dee and Mason sat in their truck, the weight of back-to-back raids, shootouts, and arrests over the past 6 months were taking its toll. They had seen firsthand the devastation that could be wrought by just one rogue magic user from a few weeks ago. A bolt of strange energies ripped through a police cruiser, killing both officers in the blink of an eye. The thought of facing an entire criminal network infused with such powers was almost too much to bear. You know, I signed up to take down gangbangers, drug dealers, and mafiosos, Mike started in a low voice that said he didn't quite believe what he was about to say next. I never thought I'd be going up against fucking wizards and shit. A dark and depreciating laugh left Dee's mouth as his hand rubbed his smooth head under his hat. The world had truly made a deranged turn somewhere. He was already under the impression they were living in an unhinged clown world after 2020, but it appeared the universe decided to drive the clown car off the cliff entirely. I don't anyone expected some knife-eared shitter straight out of Lord of the Rings to walk up and point his finger at something and zap it. Dee continued, rubbing his eyes trying to dispel the headache that was forming. But we gotta deal with, because if we don't. He trailed off, the implication clear. If they failed, the consequences would be catastrophic if the criminal underworld gained a foothold in the arcane arts. The very fabric of society could unravel, plunging the world into a chaos the likes of which had never been seen. The radio suddenly crackled to life, the helicopter that has been trailing the target vehicles gave situation report. All units, target vehicles spotted at the intersection of Jefferson and 5th, white utility van and gray luxury sedan, matching the bolo. They're heading southbound on Jefferson, moving fast. Over. Dee and Mason immediately snapped to attention, their postures shifting from relaxed to high alert in a split second. This was the moment they had been waiting for, the culmination of months of hard work and sleepless nights. This is Unit 3, roger that on the target vehicles. We're moving to tail. Over. Dee's voice was calm and controlled as he relayed the information, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed his heightened state of readiness. Mason was already in motion, reaching into the back of the truck to retrieve their tactical gear. He grabbed 2 short-barreled AR-15s, specially modified for close-quarters engagements, and began the process of prepping them for action. As he worked, Mason couldn't help but shake his head at the surreal nature of their situation. "This is some bullshit," he said, his voice tinged with irritation. "I never imagined I'd be gearing up to take down a bunch of literal sorcerers aided and abetted by fucking mobsters." A snort left Dee's mouth as his eyes fixed on the road ahead as the engine roared to life. "Welcome to New Orleans, brother. Weird shit always happens in New Orleans." Mason barked out a laugh, the sound harsh and bitter in the confines of the truck. "Yeah, what are they gonna have me saving next? A princess in a castle? What other goddamn fairy tale fucks is gonna pop up in this hellhole and turn it into their own personal magic kingdom?" The radio crackled again, the voice of dispatch filtering through the static. "Unit 3, be advised. ICE teams and SWAT are in position at the target warehouse. They're ready to breach when you initiate the arrest." Dee keyed the mic and responded immediately. "Roger that. We're tailing the target vehicles now, about 2 blocks behind. Looks like they're heading towards the warehouse. We'll box them in on your signal. Over." As they navigated the rain-slicked streets, Mason couldn't help but appreciate the irony of the situation. Here they were, U.S. Marshals, the nation's oldest federal law enforcement agency, teaming up with ICE, an organization tasked with border security and immigration control, to take down a bunch of magical illegals and mobsters. It was like a bad joke with a punchline that nobody wanted to hear. But there was no time for philosophical musings. The target vehicles were in sight, the white utility van and gray luxury sedan moving through traffic rather quickly. Maintaining a discreet distance, Dee's eyes never leave the vehicles ahead. Mason, meanwhile, finished prepping the rifles before the helicopter orchestrating the entire operation came back over the radio. "All units, target vehicles are approaching the warehouse. It looks like they're slowing down and preparing to pull in. Get ready to intercept. Over." Mason sucked in a deep breath to ready himself while Dee's grip tightened on the steering wheel as he watched the target vehicles slow down, their turn signals blinking in the rain-soaked night. "This is Unit 3, copy that. We're moving into position for the intercept. Over." Dee responded in a calm voice that betrayed the tension he felt. The radio crackled again, the voice of the helicopter operator filling the truck. "All units, SWAT, and the ICE teams are ready to breach. Box those vehicles in and give the signal. Over." As if orchestrated by a brilliant conductor, multiple unmarked trucks and SUVs converged on 2 vehicles in different directions. When the target vehicles made the turn into the warehouse compound, Dee and the other marshal seemingly made eye contact and gunned their engines. All of the vehicles surged forward with a roar. "All units, this is Unit 3. We're initiating the stop. ICE teams, breach now. Over." Dee's voice was loud and clear over the radio, the signal for the carefully orchestrated dank to begin. Tires squealed as Dee angled the truck directly at the luxury sedan and slammed into its front. Simultaneously, 4 other marshals' units converged from the sides, their vehicles screeching to a halt mere inches from the target vehicles or slamming into them directly. Then, chaos erupted. "U.S. Marshal Service. Exit the vehicles with your hands up." Dee's voice boomed across the compound as he and Mason leaped from the truck, rifles pointing at the figures in the sedan as they rushed it. As soon as Dee's voice echoed across the compound, the luxury sedan's engine roared to life, its tires screeching against the wet pavement as it suddenly threw itself into reverse. The driver was clearly not ready to surrender as he slammed on the gas and sent the vehicle careening backwards, smashing into the white van behind it with a deafening crunch. The impact caused the white van to rock on its suspension as its occupants were thrown about inside. The side door of the van flew open, and a group of disoriented people tumbled out, their bodies hitting the ground hard as they scrambled to regain their footing. "Hands! Show me your fucking hands!" Another marshal from a different unit rushed forward. His rifle raised as he sprinted towards the driver's side of the sedan, and in an act of pure aggression, the marshal smashed the barrel of his weapon against the window, causing the glass to shatter. But the sedan's occupants were not going down without a fight. The driver and passenger quickly drew their weapons, but Dee and Mason were faster. A staccato of harsh cracks left their short-barreled rifles and split the night. Giant fireballs from the muzzle flashes illuminated the rain-soaked darkness as the marshals and the suspects exchanged a furious volley of lead. Suddenly, the rear door on the sedan's driver's side flew open. A figure then flew out, moving with a speed and grace that seemed almost inhuman. In a blur of motion, the individual closed the distance between himself and another marshal as his hand flashed out to reveal the glint of a long, wicked-looking blade. But before anyone could react, the blade found its mark, piercing through the marshal's ballistic vest as if it were nothing more than tissue. The marshal screamed in agony, his voice rising above the cacophony of gunfire and shouting as the blade sank deep into his flesh. A multitude of weapon-mounted flashlights snapped to the two wrestling on the ground, illuminated by harsh, strobing glares. It was then that the marshals found the one wielding the blade was no ordinary person but one of those pointy-eared elves from Ohio. The marshals were not about to let this act of brutality go unanswered. As the elf tried to withdraw his blade from the skewered marshal, he was met with a hail of gunfire. Bullets tore through his flesh, sending him stumbling backward and thrashing about as his blood mingled with the rain. The scene was one of utter pandemonium, the air filled with the sounds of yelling and gunfire from both the vehicles and the warehouses. Using the mayhem that erupted around the sedan and the wounded marshal, the group that had tumbled out of the white van took the opportunity to make their getaway. Desperate to escape the clutches of the law, they scrambled to their feet and made a frantic dash away from the scene. "Stop! U.S. Marshals!" Mason's voice boomed over the cacophony of gunfire and the pounding of the rain. But his words were lost in the wind as the suspects fled, their feet pounding against the wet pavement. Other marshals and D were already in motion as they all took off into a dead sprint with their rifles tucked tight. "Stop, you stupid bitch!" D yelled. Mason joined the pursuit and passed a marshal who had caught one of the slower suspects and started wrestling with them on the ground. Taking a quick look over his shoulder, Mason couldn't help but still be shocked to see something straight out of a video game, a small 4-foot-tall goblin wriggling around and trashing as the larger marshal tried to control it. While 5 marshals broke off from the main assault group to chase the desperately fleeing suspects behind them, the rest of the marshals descended upon them quickly and violently. Commands were yelled out, and weapons were pointed as the doors of both the sedan and van yanked open the doors. The remaining occupants, who hadn't been riddled by bullets by the initial volley of gunfire, were dragged out and forced to the ground with their faces pressing into the cold, wet asphalt. D, Mason, and the other marshals continued to chase the fleeing suspects. With the sound of their steady and trained breathing techniques and the clinking of their equipment, they pushed their bodies to the limit as they jumped fences and turned sharp corners. In the background, the sound of police sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder with each passing second as backup forces swarmed the area. It was the sign that the operation had gone to hell in a handbasket. The carefully orchestrated plan unraveled in the face of otherworldly abilities and magic. It became increasingly clear that they needed to transition to Plan B and use overwhelming force. As the chasing marshal sprinted through the maze of warehouses and buildings, D caught a glimpse of the suspects darting into an alley. "There," he shouted, adjusting his course to follow. The narrow alley was poorly lit, the shadows seeming to reach out and grab at them as they ran. The suspects were just ahead, their forms barely visible in the gloom as they wove between the buildings with desperate speed. Suddenly, D saw the suspects they were chasing burst through the door of a single-story office building. The sound of splintering wood and shattering glass echoed through the alley as they piled through the small opening. D and another marshal slowed to a jog, and their weapons snapped up to take aim at the empty doorway in case any dipshit thought to be cute and shove a gun through it or fling a spell. While the marshals moved cautiously, they couldn't help but think that notion to be completely absurd, but here they were. With their hearts pounding in their chests, they moved quickly to make entry. The first marshal took point, his rifle leading the way as he crossed the threshold. But as soon as his weapon breached the entrance, a massive hand belonging to some big fucking dude shot out from the darkness, gripping the barrel with inhuman strength. Before the marshal could react, a startled cry was let out as the marshal was yanked violently inside. "OHFUCK," the breaching marshal yelped in a pitched voice as he was violently ripped into the building. Mason's rifle immediately started to bark out, sending round after round through the flimsy sheet metal wall in an effort to stop whatever had just assaulted their point man from following up. The cacophony of gunfire filled the small space, and the muzzle flashes illuminated both the tight alleyway and the office space inside. D and the other marshal recoiled away from the gunfire instinctively before their own weapons after they found the sight of a multitude of faces staring at them flash from Mason's weapon. Adding to the din, the two found their footing, fired where the giant had been, and at any sign of life within the building itself. Bullets ripped through the wall sheet metal and the cubicle divider's cloth. Amidst the chaos, the poor soul who had been yanked inside was scrambling on the ground in a desperate attempt to get outside as his voice reached a high-pitched screech of panic. "Jesus fucking Christ," he yelled while kicking towards the exit, but he kept slipping on the broken glass and shattered wood. Inside the building, the sound of crashing and banging echoed over the gunfire. It was clear that the giant, or whatever it was on the move, trying to put distance between itself and whatever the hell had just attacked him as a hail of bullets sailed overhead. Even as his ears started to ring, Mason did his best to track the sound of thudding footsteps through the wall as he swung his rifle in an attempt to track it. Each step was met with more approximate bullets, while Dee focused on the doorway, firing away at any flicker of shadow or hint of movement inside. "Grab him. Fucking pull him in," Dee yelled as he kept firing into the doorway. Meanwhile, the other marshal lunged forward, grabbed his downed and panicking partner's ballistic vest, and began forcibly pulling him through the opening as the downed man kicked and slipped on the wood and glass that littered the floor. "I got him. I got him," the man yelled as he heaved his colleague to safety. Not a moment too soon, a long string of automatic fire and blinding muzzle flashes erupted from the darkness within the doorway. The deafening roar of gunfire filled the alley, and the others joined the man on the floor, diving for cover as bullets whizzed overhead. "Motherfucker!" Mason screamed as he hit the ground, pressing his body against the cold, wet asphalt, and started rolling to avoid the fusillade. An entire slew of curses left everyone's mouth as they scrambled to find cover, narrowly avoiding becoming Swiss cheese as the armed suspect swept the area with his weapon. The sounds of gunfire and police sirens filled the air as Mason rolled on his back and pointed his weapon at the door as soon as one suspect entered the door frame, firing his pistol. Without even thinking, Mason pulled back on his trigger, sending 5 rounds into what was obviously a gangbanger or mobster, causing them to flinch and clutch at their body before running back inside. Mason would have kept shooting, however, after the 5th round, his rifle let out an audible click signifying it was out of ammunition. "Goddamn bitch." He cursed at the gunman before quickly transitioning to his sidearm. Bringing his Glock 19 up, Mason began firing at any figures darting around inside while the others scrambled to their feet, reloading their weapons. However, just as they started shooting into the doorway, a strange and ominous silence descended upon the scene as movement and gunfire from inside the building ceased. The men exchanged wary glances as they stood and started to back up with their weapons still trained on the doorway. The sudden quiet was unnerving, a stark contrast to the chaos that had erupted just moments before. "You think we got him?" Mason asked, turning to Dee with a look that said he didn't quite think they did. With everyone back on their feet, the group started to back further away from the building and towards the intersecting alleyway, keeping their weapons pointed at the doorway. The light seemed to fill the interior, showing random office supplies scattered all over the floor and cubicles riddled with bullets. The man who had been yanked inside gripped his weapon with shaking hands. "I don't think so," he muttered unsteadily. "I swear I saw 5 or 6 of the fucks when they bastards pulled me in. Yeah, I don't like this. Let's back up a bit," Dee added before keying his mic loop. "Eagle 1, this is Unit 3. We have several suspects barricaded in an all-white office building north of the warehouse compound, facing Thornton Street. Requesting immediate backup, over." He barked into the radio as he kept his rifle and eyes laser-focused on the doorway. The radio crackled to life, echoing back a response. "Unit 3, this is Eagle 1. Roger that. We're guiding multiple units to your location now. Be advised, we already have officers positioning themselves out front, so check your fire." "Roger that, Eagle 1. Establishing perimeter now." Dee acknowledged the transmission before turning to the other marshals. "Alright, let's post up on these corners and dash." Just as Dee finished his call for help, a figure stepped into the illuminated part of the doorway and extended their hand outwards, yelling in alien language. Suddenly, several wisps of red streaks of light shot out from the darkness within. The beams snaked through the air erratically, their rounded tips glowing with an otherworldly light. Before the men could react, the beams found their marks. Each one was struck with an incredible force, throwing them backward with heavy grunts of pain. The impact was like a sledgehammer hitting the air from their lungs and sending them sprawling to the ground. Mason, however, managed to dive to the side at the last moment, narrowly avoiding a beam that gouged a huge chunk out of the brick wall beside him. Fueled by adrenaline, the others scrambled to the adjacent alley as they clutched at their ballistics vests, which had absorbed the brunt of the impact, as they sought cover. More gunfire erupted from within the building as gangsters tried to capitalize on their newfound advantage. Barks of the suspects' firearms echoed throughout the confined space, and bullets pinged off the wall. The incoming fire was inaccurate and amateur, but it was still enough to suppress the marshals as they did their best to recover from the magical onslaught. Mason, however, seemingly unscathed by the volley, quickly reloaded his rifle and pointed it at the door before squeezing the trigger. Without hesitation, the man unleashed a deafening volley into the doorway, silencing any gangsters feeling cheeky enough to run up on them. "We got 3 marshals down," Mason yelled into his mic loops as he kept his rifle trained on the door, trying to take a shot at any heads popping up with one hand. "I repeat, I have 3 marshals down by the White Office building. I need bodies here, ASAP." A hand holding a pistol was stuck out behind the doorway and opened fire blindly, causing Mason to duck back into cover again. Rounds seemed to stick a lot closer to home than he was comfortable with, but he still had to keep their heads down. Sticking himself back out into harm's way, Mason opened fire again before turning his head towards his comrades to check if they were okay. Hey, you guys alright?" Mason said, twisting his head back and forth from the doorway and the other marshals. More shots from Mason's rifle barked out as D and the others grunted and growled in pain while they pulled off their now destroyed plate carriers. "Yeah, D tried to respond but ended up in a coughing fit. "Yeah, I fucking think so," he replied as he struggled to get to his feet with one hand on his ribs, wincing in pain. Plate caught it. D joined Mason in suppressing the doorway, firing his rifle while tactically minimizing his silhouette and exposing the least amount of his body as possible. Despite the pain in his ribs, he knew they had to keep the pressure on the suspects until backup arrived. Still reeling from the impact of the red beams, the men that were hit writhed in pain as they pulled off their ballistic vests with grimaces on their faces. "Pretty sure my ribs are broken," one of them said through gritted teeth. Mason looked over in worry. "Why the fuck are you pulling your armor off?" he yelled, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Whatever hit us shattered the plate. It's useless now, and the broken pieces are digging into our chests." D responded with a face tight with pain. Just as he said, more of those red beams shot out from the doorway, causing D and Mason to snap back into cover. However, the magic snaked around the corner. Luckily, the thing had the turning radius of a bus as it slammed into the brick walls, carving out vicious chunks. The men all looked at each other uneasily, not enjoying their chances with literally magical homing projectiles. But their dashed hopes were soon reignited when they heard a rumbling sound echoing from behind them. They turned to see a police SWAT team Rook armored bulldozer rolling towards them with its front shield facing the office building and a horde of New Orleans police behind it. "Oh nice, we're not gonna die," one of the marshals quipped with a relieved grin. The Rook came to a stop just in front of where the marshals were taking shelter, shielding them and the combination of SWAT and regular police officers behind it. "NOPD, heard you boys could use some help," one of the officers said as he maneuvered to one of the men who was painfully holding his ribs. "You said there was an officer down. Come on, let's get you out of here." Still focused on the doorway, Mason turned to one of the SWAT officers who looked like they were in charge and yelled out, "Hey! Be careful. They got a magic user in there, and we don't know how strong yet." He emphasized the danger, knowing full well that some magic users were strong enough to take a Bradley IFV or Abrams tank. The SWAT officer paused, his expression growing serious beneath his tactical helmet. He had seen the aftermath of magic attacks before and knew that even their armored Rook could be vulnerable if the spell were powerful enough. "Roger that," the officer acknowledged, his voice tight with tension. He reached for his radio. "Jake, push up a bit and get out of the Rook. They got a magic user." The officer in the Rook, Jake, responded immediately. "Copy that. Dismounting now." The Rook's hatch popped open, and Jake emerged, his weapon at the ready. The SWAT officer turned back to Mason. "We got this, go get your guys to EMS," he said, taking up Mason's old position at the corner of the alleyway to suppress the doorway. Mason nodded to the SWAT, knowing they were better equipped and had far more bodies to handle entrenched suspects. Turning to his wounded comrades, he saw the marshals were already in the process of being evacuated by a swarm of New Orleans police officers. "Easy, easy," one officer murmured as he slung D's arm over his shoulder, supporting his weight. Taking up the rear, Mason kept watch for any nasty surprise while the group made their way down the alley. With gunfire ringing out behind them, they made their way into the massive opening where they first attempted their arrests and saw a swarm of police interceptors and ambulances parked all over the place. A voice crackled to life over the loudspeaker as they made their way to the awaiting medics. "This is the NOPD. We have you surrounded. Put down your weapons and come out with your hands up." "Man, this went to shit," Mason grumbled as his weapon hung loosely at his side. "So what you're telling me is you cannot contain these magical anomalies?" A frustrated and almost infuriated voice echoed in the somber and tense meeting room. Government officials and agency heads were gathered around a large, round table room with somber the tension palpable as the officials gathered around the large rectangular table of the Situation Room. The President of the United States sat there with this finger tapping on the table in a droning and rhythmic manner that seemingly intensified the tension in the room. Landing forward in his chair at the head of the table, the President's gaze remained fixed on the Secretary of Homeland Security, who had just delivered the grim news. "Mr. President," the DHS Secretary began, his voice steady despite the pressure he was feeling from the intense death glare. I'm afraid to say Operation Arcane Shield is struggling," he said, trying his best not to break out in a cold sweat. "The intrusion of magical entities into our cities and countryside has only escalated since the Ohio attack, but monsters like the Scroungers or Kobolds are starting to tunnel into our sewer and drainage systems." A growl left the President's mouth as the pen gripped in his other hand snapped in half, but the Homeland Security Secretary wasn't finished. There was one more grave piece of news that he knew would potentially put his career at risk, but it was his duty to deliver it. Far too much was on the line if this was swept under the rug just because he was afraid to lose his job. "But, sir," the DHS representative spoke tentatively. "It appears that the humanoid beings from the other world, especially their magic users, are no longer just trying to hide among the population. Our intelligence suggests that local gangs and organized crime syndicates, including cartels and mafia groups, have made contact with some of these entities. They're harboring them in exchange for knowledge and even employing them." The room fell deathly silent as around the table, the faces of the other officials, the Attorney General, the directors of the FBI, ATF, DEA, and even Toivonen paled as the implications sank in. Everyone then looked to the President and saw an unreadable face as his finger stopped mid-air just before another tap. Instead, after digesting that bombshell, the President's fist came slamming down on the table in a bout of uncontrolled fury. "What the fuck does that mean, Jim?" the President growled dangerously. "Are you telling me we got goddamn wizards in bed with fucking dope slingers and mafia dons?" The DHS Secretary, Jim Falk, visibly flinched at the President's outburst. He could feel the weight of every gaze in the room upon him. Swallowing hard, he nodded and continued with a strained voice. "I'm afraid so, Mr. President. The incident in New Orleans was not an isolated case. We're seeing similar patterns in New York, Chicago, Miami, and even Houston. It's playing out all over the eastern seaboard and starting to creep into the West Coast." Jim paused, his hands gripping the table's edge tightly, afraid to continue. The Attorney General, Ashley Carter, spoke up to get some heat off the poor man. "Mr. President, if I may." The Attorney General raised her hand. "What's even more concerning is the number of casualties our local and federal law enforcement are sustaining in our efforts to contain this new threat. These magic-wielding criminals are proving to be far more dangerous than we anticipated." "She's right," the FBI director added with a sigh. "The reports coming across my desk, they're unlike anything I've seen in my career. Strange beams of light homed in and skewered people who weren't wearing ballistic plates, others torn apart by unseen forces, and some were even turned against each other through some form of mind manipulation in a fit of unhinged barbarism. The situation is becoming untenable, especially when there are still tens of thousands of these individuals out there still at large." The President's brow furrowed deeply as he processed this information. He turned to the CIA's subject matter expert on the arcane they have been heavily relying upon, Toivonen. "Miss Toivonen, what countermeasures do we have? How do we protect our people against these things?" Toivonen, who had been quietly observing the meeting, leaned back in her chair. "Mr. President, according to the high-level mage we've recruited, the most effective way to combat a magic user is with another magic user or, ideally, a warrior capable of manipulating mana." She paused, her expression troubled. "The problem is, the number of trustworthy mages and warriors capable of such are limited. We're talking single digits. And they're all being utilized in developing countermeasures and detection methods for Operation Basilisk. The president's face darkened at the reply and brought his hands to his head to massage his temples. So, what you're telling me, the president said, his voice low and controlled, is that we're outgunned and outmanned on our own turf? A deafening silence followed the president's question that caused the officials to exchange uneasy glances. Each one of them felt the gravity of the situation weigh them down, except Toivonen. After that encounter with that godforsaken goddess, each and every high-level meeting was getting easier and easier for her. Well, Mr. President, Toivonen began confidently but still cautiously. We do have an extreme option. If you're open to it. The president's ears perked up, his gaze intensifying as he focused on Toivonen. I'm listening, he said, leaning forward in his chair. It's still in the infancy of its planning phase, Mr. President. It's nowhere near ready, but we believe it could work. The FBI director spoke up, his tone measured. Raising his hand, the president motioned for them to continue. Go on. With an audible grunt, the Homeland Security Secretary, Jim Falks, cleared his throat, causing the room to turn their attention to him as he sucked in a deep breath. Mr. President, our intelligence suggests that a good number of the magical beings at large are mercenaries. They're in it for the money and have no real ties or allegiances to anyone. Jim paused, gathering his thoughts as he tried to find the right words to explain the complex nature of these mercenaries. They're what we call freelancers, Mr. President. They operate in a manner similar to how sellswords or mercenaries function, but with a twist. He leaned forward, his hands clasped in front of him. You see, these freelancers, they're not tied to any one organization or cause. They're independent contractors, offering their services to the highest bidder. Most of them, if not all of them, work through middlemen, handlers, and intelligence brokers of sorts, whom they call taskers. These taskers, they're the ones who have the connections to secure jobs, whether they're legitimate, sanctioned work or more, underground, criminal activities. The president listened intently, his brow furrowed as he processed this new information. So, these taskers, they're essentially brokers for magical mercenaries? Exactly, Mr. President. Jim nodded before as his eyes swept the room. They have their ears to the ground, they know who's hiring and for what. And these freelancers, they're not picky. As long as the pay is good, they'll take on just about any job, no questions asked. A sigh left the president's mouth as his patience wore thin. Enough beating around the bush. What exactly are you all proposing? He snarled while lifting up his hand to indicate for the group of representatives to stop delaying. We've been working on something similar in nature to Operation Paperclip. Toivonen suddenly spoke up with a devious smile on her face. It had been a little over a week since the Unified Special Operations Forces took residence inside the rather sizable village, setting it on the road to becoming a quaint countryside town. The once homely settlement was going through a process of remarkable transformation in order to accommodate the new refugees. The village itself was the very ideal of rustic charm with its wooden structures as it seamlessly integrated with sturdy stone buildings. With the sun cresting over the horizon, casting a warm and gentle glow across the land, the villagers emerged from their homes to begin a brand new day. The air was filled with light murmurs of conversation and the occasional laughter of a shopkeeper or two as they opened their stores to prepare for the afternoon. Bakers who had already been up since the craw of dawn were busily laying out fresh bread and steaming buns full of goodness. As Coleman, Elijah, Bennett, and Azaleen made their way through the village toward the head's residence, they couldn't help but notice the warm and friendly atmosphere that seemed to permeate the air. Villagers went about their daily tasks with a sense of contentment and purpose, their faces etched with smiles as they greeted one another. However, as they walked, something peculiar started to happen. Villager after villager began to greet Elijah by name, their faces lighting up with recognition and gratitude. Coleman, Bennett, and Azaleen exchanged confused glances, trying to make sense of the situation. Elijah, a shopkeeper, called out, waving enthusiastically. Thank you so much for helping me with my broken shelf yesterday. I don't know what I would have done without you. A warm smile spread across Elijah's face as he returned the wave. Hey, don't mention it, it was no trouble at all. We're always happy to lend a hand. Completely bewildered, Coleman turned his gaze to Bennett and Azaleen. The three shared a confused and questioning look as they continued down the only paved road in the village, but before they could question the medic, another voice spoke up. Not even a few steps further, a baker emerged from her shop with a tray of freshly baked goods in her hands. Elijah, my dear, she exclaimed. I saved a few special buns just for you. Thanks for helping me carry those heavy sacks of flour last night. You're too kind, Amelia. Elijah replied as he broke off from the group and grabbed a couple of buns with a gracious nod. Just let me know whenever you need more help, especially when you're offering your delicious baking as a reward. Elijah gave her a wink, causing the middle-aged woman to giggle and blush. The rest of the group came to a halt, their expressions a mix of utter bewilderment and disbelief as they watched the strange interaction unfold before them. It was as if they were witnessing a scene from an alternate reality where Elijah, the notoriously surly and prickly individual, had been replaced by a sociable doppelganger. Sure, it was widely accepted and known that Elijah was charismatic, but it had always been overshadowed by his brusque demeanor and his barely concealed disdain for humanity in general. He would tolerate socializing with strangers when necessary, putting on a facade of civility, but it was clear that it was a struggle for him. The only times he would show a hint of amicability was when he wanted something, and even then, it was a means to an end. But here, in this sleepy village, Elijah seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. He was engaging with the locals, not just with politeness, but with warmth and interest. It was a sight that left his teammates speechless, their minds struggling to reconcile the Elijah they knew with the one before them. As they watched, Elijah continued his conversation with the baker, his natural charisma shining through. He wasn't flirting, per se, but there was an ease and comfort to his interactions that drew people to him. He listened attentively to Amelia, making her feel heard and valued, his smile never wavering. You know, Elijah, Amelia said, her eyes twinkling with mischief, my offer still stands. My daughter's hand in marriage, it would give me no end of joy to have a son-in-law like yourself. A rich, warm laugh that seemed to light up the already sunny morning left Elijah's mouth. Amelia, you flatter me, he said, his voice smooth as butter. But I'm afraid with so much to do in our campaign, my liege would have none of it. Perhaps when the war is over, I'll consider it. Especially when if I could get these delicious buns every day. He gave her an award-winning smile and took a bite out of the still steaming meat bun. Amelia joined in his laughter, bringing a hand to her mouth. Ah, such a shame. The dedicated types are so rare and hard to find, she said, wagging a finger at him playfully. But if you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. Elijah grinned, accepting another bun from her tray. I'll definitely keep that in mind, he said with a wink. I'll see you later, Amelia. Tell Persil I said hi. With a final wave and a smile, Elijah turned back to his teammates, only to find them staring at him as if he had grown a second head. As they continued their walk, more and more villagers stopped to express their gratitude. A brewer thanked Elijah for helping him repair his brewing equipment, while a farmer praised him for his assistance in warding off small predators attempting to get into the henhouse. Coleman, Bennett, and Azaleen watched in amazement as Elijah greeted each villager with a light-hearted smile and kind words. It was clear that he had become quite popular within community in a short amount of time. Finally, Bennett shook his head in disbelief and turned to Elijah. Okay, what the fuck is going on? What is this? He gestured around him in a mix of confusion and suspicion. A glint of mischief sparked in Elijah's eyes as he took a bite out of one and dangled another in front of his pocket, which started to stir slightly. Oh, you know, just lending a helping hand here and there. These people have been through a lot, and sometimes a small act of kindness can go a long way. With a face etched with suspicion, Azaleen narrowed her eyes. And you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? No ulterior motives? She spoke in an accusatory tone. Elijah gasped, flinching away in mock hurt. Azaleen. You wound me. Can't a guy be nice every now and then? In unison, Coleman, Azaleen, and Bennett responded with a resounding and definite no. For a moment, Elijah's mouth broke into a mirth-filled smile before he looked up, and he had an exaggerated expression of sorrow on his face. Oh, ye of little faith. I'm hurt, truly. Yeah, sure. Cut the shit, Eli. Coleman rolled his eyes and pointed at himself and then Azaleen. I know, she knows, Bennett knows, hell, everybody fucking knows you're a conniving piece of shit. He then starts making a rolling motion with his hand to indicate to Elijah to hurry it up. So, come on. You're not gonna pull one over on us, spit it out. Unable to keep a straight face as everyone gave him a death glare, Elijah burst out laughing as he doubled over, waving his half-eaten bun at them as if indicating for them to stop. Okay, wow. That was harsh, he said, as if he was giving up the act. Meanwhile, Yana began to stir, slowly poking her flaming head out of Elijah's pocket and rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her eyes widened as her gaze fell upon the bun dangling tantalizingly in front of her face. Elijah felt the bun leave his hand and bump against his chest as the little fairy attempted to drag it into her makeshift den. Still chuckling, Elijah pulled open his pocket with his finger, gently allowing the bun to slide inside. "There you go, you little monster," he said fondly before turning back to his teammates with a predatory grin spreading across his face. "You know how the village head is trying to play it off as if he likes us, but it's obvious he's really uncomfortable with our presence?" Coleman nodded, his brow furrowing as he thoughtfully rubbed his beard. "Yeah, I've noticed that. He's not exactly good at being subtle about it," he said with an intrigued look on his face. Elijah glanced around, making sure no one was within earshot, before leaning in closer to his team. "Well, I'm laying the groundwork here. We've already got past the biggest hurdle, making a favorable first impression. Now, we need to focus on not just being a friendly and harmless force, but a helpful one." "Oh, right." Azaleen bopped herself on the head with the palm of her hand. "Ah, right, the talk we had about replacing him," she finally recalled their discussion before entering the village. "Okay, yeah, that makes sense." Snapping his finger and pointing at Azaleen, a mischievous glint entered Elijah's eyes. "Exactly. And here's the thing, the blacksmith is arguably more important than the village head in a village like this. He's the one who keeps the tools sharp and the weapons ready. He's the backbone of the community." Bennett leaned in, humming with interest as he put two and two together. "And we've already got him in our back pocket, thanks to saving and bringing back his daughter." "Bingo," Elijah replied before taking a bit out of his bun. "That's a huge point in our favor. If we can leverage that relationship, really show the blacksmith that we're on his side, it could go a long way in pushing the village head out," the man said with a full mouth. Coleman stroked his beard, considering the implications. "It's a solid plan. But what if the village head never actually does anything? What if he just stays passive and tries to ride it out?" Elijah's grin took on a sharp edge. "Oh, he's definitely the type to do that. He's probably gonna run to the Empire and snitch behind our backs when he gets the opportunity." Azaleen frowned, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes toward the large stone building at the end of the street. "So, what do we do then?" she asked, glancing back at Elijah. "If he never creates a problem and puts the villagers in a position to choose, we can't exactly put this plan into action." Elijah's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Simple. We make the problem happen, and then we solve it. I've been working an angle with his son already. There's a massive rift between them." Azaleen raised an eyebrow. "A rift you can exploit?" "A rift I'm already exploiting," Elijah corrected before letting out an insufferable chuckle. "The son, Afton, is young, ambitious, and hard-headed. He has this all-powerful bow that his father thinks he shouldn't have. The father thinks he's too irresponsible, too inexperienced, and too undeserving." Pausing for a moment and taking another bite of his bun, Elijah stood there chewing while gathering his thoughts. "As of late," he continued between bites, "I've been feeding into Afton's preconceived notions. I mean, these ideas were already in his head, I've just been watering these ideas so they percolate further and grow." Coleman leaned in, intrigued. "What kind of ideas?" "Well, for starters," Elijah grinned as he finished off his bun, "I've been poking and prodding at the fact that his father is trying to offload the village head title onto him. He already thinks his father wants to trap him and tie him down with responsibility, but I've been pushing the idea that his father is jealous of his youth and capability." Bennett whistled low. "Damn, that's devious. Playing on the kid's ego like that." Elijah shrugged, a picture of false modesty. "It's not hard. As I said, Afton already thinks this shit." He shrugged in a way that said this wasn't any of his business, nor was it his problem. "The dude thinks he's just better, and he's destined for greatness or some shit. I'm just nurturing that belief. A comment here, a question there, and bam." Elijah slammed his hands together, eliciting a loud clap and causing his patron to jolt. "You have an already rebellious teen being suffocated with tradition and conservative conventions of responsibility, even more indignant than he rightfully should be." Coleman scratched his beard as wore a thoughtful look. "Wow, that's pretty goddamn scummy. But I gotta admit, it's pretty clever." "Thanks, I try," Elijah replied as he resumed the trek towards that village chief's home. After a few chuckles, the rest of the group chased after their menace of a medic and continued their trek toward their meeting with the village head. This was going to be one of many attempts over the past week to get the irrationally stubborn village chief to authorize his people to set up a trade caravan to the large town of Glensworth. The town wasn't very large by modern human standards, but reconnaissance efforts had shown it to be bustling with activity. Nestled deep within enemy territory, Glensworth presented a unique opportunity for the ODA team to subvert it toward coalition interests. Approximately 30 miles away from their current location, it was one of the weaker links in the Empire's chain of controlled settlements. According to Azaleen, Glensworth had become a haven, a fortress even, for freelancers and less-than-lawful types, bristling with illicit activity and corruption, especially when it came to the town guards and the Imperial garrison stationed there. But what made Coleman and Elijah nearly giddy was when Azaleen detailed the multitude of criminal networks deeply ingrained in what was considered the uncivilized territories. Such fractured groupings of societies with weak alliances and expansive underbellies made for an ideal and very tantalizing target for the team's unconventional warfare tactics. The Special Forces operational charter outlined the parameters for subverting enemy populations, and the team was well versed in these methods. But they had to be careful. These kinds of missions were delicate and finesse. Push too hard, too fast, and they risk exposing themselves and becoming dragoon food. Push too softly, too slow, and they would effectively just be wasting their time as the locals took advantage of them. However, as the group neared the building, Elijah couldn't help but notice Azaleen's slightly strained movements. It had been hardly a week since she sustained her injuries, and by all means, she should still be bedridden. However, here she was, walking around as if she didn't have a care in the world. "How you holdin' up?" Elijah tilted his head toward Azaleen. "It's only been a week since you got thrashed. Don't push yourself if you don't have to." Taken off guard by the uncharacteristically gentleness of his voice, Azaleen seemed to recoil in shock. Still feel like shit, and everything hurts. But I can put up a fight if I have to," she replied, looking him up and down suspiciously in an attempt to discern any ulterior motives. An incomprehensible look crossed Elijah's face as he furrowed his brow. What Azaleen had said was patently insane. By all accounts, the woman should be writhing in excruciating pain, barely able to move. Yet here she was, talking about fighting if necessary. But, before Elijah could press her further, Azaleen continued. "But if I got my hands on a healing potion, I'd be at 100% literally the day you found me." At this, Elijah's expression froze, and he looked off into the distance with a perplexed expression written all over his face. After a few minutes, the man mouthed the words, "What the fuck," as he tried to process what was just said. His thoughts then started to wander to the convoy they had ambushed and the satchel full of vials and bottles he had so eloquently relinquished from undeserving hands. Each and every one of those potions, a word he'd never thought he'd ever use in real life, came in an assortment of colors. It was as if someone had liquefied the rainbow and shoved it in a bag. At first, Elijah was going to send them back to command with the spooks, to give to the eggheads, to study. However, he did notice that there were quite a few duplicates of specific colored liquids in the satchel. It wouldn't be too much of an issue to depart with a few, especially when it came to maintaining operational integrity. Plus, it was better to ask for forgiveness than it was to ask for permission. "Funny you mention that," Elijah hummed in thought as the group came to a stop in front of the imposing stone structure that served as the village chief's residence. Stroking his beard, Elijah seemed to have an internal debate raging within, before he continued, I think I might just have something. I can't guarantee that, but I'll let you take a peek and see if it's what you're looking for." Coleman and Bennett turned their head to the man, while Azaleen raised an eyebrow. "Why? Do you have a healing potion?" she asked, her tone a mix of skepticism and hope. A few moments of silence reigned as Elijah continued to play with his beard, trying to find an answer to this question. If he was honest? Then he didn't know. However, logic would dictate that anything that would be able to heal you from wounds sustained, especially one as grievous as Azaleen's, would be extremely valuable. So logically, within a bag full of expensive valuable items, there was a rather decent chance one of those bottles or vials could be a healing potion. Perhaps, but before Elijah could properly answer, the large wooden door with intricate ornate designs carved into its surface swung open. Standing in the doorway with a face contorted in a mixture of anger and frustration was Afton, gritting his teeth as his eyes darted to each of them standing outside. Clenching his fist in barely contained rage, the teenager then stormed out of the building, cursing with each step. I knew it. I damned well knew this was gonna happen. Afton growled as he glared at Elijah. I told you so, Elijah. That old bag of bones, he's trying to stifle my growth, keep me locked in this podunk town at the ass end of nowheres. The group exchanged odd looks as Afton stomped away, continuing his tirade as he marched off down the street. The team, however, stood there for a moment, unsure of how to respond. This was not the reception they had been expecting, and the sudden outburst had caught them all off guard. Cautiously, they peered inside the building, only to be met with the equally irritated face of Sofin, the village head. The man had a sneer on his face before violently knocking over wooden bowls and other effect on top of a table. God's damned foolish and irresponsible child. Sofin yelled, his voice echoing off the stone walls. It was clear that he was just as upset as his son, though for entirely different reasons. Gods, curse you. Coleman, ever the diplomat, stepped forward. Is this a bad time? He asked, his tone careful and measured. Sofin sighed, his anger seeming to deflate slightly. No. Let's just be done with this pointless meeting, he said, waving them inside with a dismissive gesture. As they entered the building, Sofin led them to a small room, sparsely furnished but functional. He sat down at a table, motioning for them to join him. I've given it some thought, Sofin began, his voice tired but resolute. And I've decided to agree to this trade run to Glensworth. Our town is growing critically low on supplies, tools, medicine, salt. The team exchanged glances, surprised but pleased by this sudden turn of events. It seemed that despite the family drama, they were getting what they wanted. But Sofin wasn't finished. However, he said, his tone brooking no argument, I will be lead in this caravan in place of Donnet. And Afton, sure as the infinite hells, ain't going. He has responsibilities here, responsibilities he needs to learn. Coleman immediately nodded, agreeing to Sofin's terms. Of course, we understand completely, the team leader responded in a smooth and professional manner. We're just glad we could come to an agreement that benefits everyone. As the two leaders began to discuss the logistics of the expedition, Elijah furrowed his brow, his mind racing. This development complicated matters. He hadn't expected Sofin to abruptly take charge, thinking the man would prefer to hide away from the outsiders for as long as possible. With Sofin leading the caravan instead of Afton or even Danu, Elijah's plan to groom a replacement for the village chief role was starting to become much more complicated. He needed someone on friendly terms with enough sway in the village, someone he could mold into leadership for their eventual coup. As Elijah's gaze wandered around the room, his eyes suddenly fell upon Afton's prized bow, sitting in the corner of the reception room. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Clearing his throat, Elijah interjected into the conversation. If I may, he began, his voice carrying a note of concern. We've noticed there's been a significant increase in dangerous monsters roaming the area. This journey may not be as safe as we'd like. Sofin and Coleman paused their discussion, turning their attention to Elijah. The medic continued, his tone growing more serious. I strongly recommend that all the villagers accompanying us be armed. And you, he said, his gaze fixing on Sofin, as the leader of this expedition, should arm yourself with the most powerful weapon you can find. There's Grimoires out there, and Azaleen here could attest to this. Sofin's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Grimoires, and a flicker of fear passed over his face. It was clear that the beasts were a threat that even a seasoned warrior like Sofin was wary of. As if drawn by an invisible force, Sofin's gaze drifted to the corner of the room where Gladeheart rested. For a brief moment, an evil smirk floated across Elijah's face when he saw the twinkle in the village chief's eye. Azaleen twirled a healing potion in her hand with a thoughtful look on her face. The other day, just after the meeting with the village chief, Elijah had made good on his promise and sourced a red vial. Initially, her plan had been simple, drink the potion and be cured of all her ails. After all, that was the purpose of these magical concoctions, wasn't it? To mend wounds, restore vitality, and get the drinker back to peak condition. However, upon closer inspection, Azaleen realized that the potion Elijah had procured was particularly potent. The liquid inside the vial seemed to glow with a deep and rich crimson hue, as if it were a light. This was no ordinary healing potion, it was a concentrate, a distillation of powerful restorative magic with no ounce of watering down to be seen. This put Azaleen into a predicament. On one hand, she could drink a portion of the potion and save the rest for later. Just a few sips would be enough to get her back on her feet and ready for action. She could just keep the rest and make it act as a reserve, a failsafe for future injuries or emergencies. On the other hand, she could choose to heal naturally, to let her body heal naturally. It would be a slower process, but it would allow her to save the entire potion for a truly dire situation. In a world as unpredictable and dangerous as this one, having a full-strength healing potion could last her for who knows how long. And then there was the third option, selling the potion. Azaleen knew that such a high-grade healing item would fetch quite a sum on the open market. With the funds, she could acquire other useful supplies or perhaps even secure some favors from the right people, in a place like Alden Shore, where money talked, and influence was everything. Lost in her musings, Azaleen almost didn't notice a lone figure approaching her, but the man's all-too-familiar voice made her head snap up. "How do I look?" Elijah asked, raising his arms to present himself. He was clad in a loose-fitting earthy tunic, half covered in an unbuttoned leather surcoat. For pants, sturdy breeches fitted loosely over his strange earthen boots that were made from strange and alien materials. Azaleen looked him up and down, her eyebrow arching in surprise as she took in his new appearance. She hadn't even recognized him as he approached and mistaken the man for another peasant. His usual upright and powerful stride was replaced with a more relaxed and lethargic gait that was accompanied by a lazy hunch of his back. Giving him a slow, appraising nod, a small smile playing at the corners of Azaleen's mouth. "Not bad. Not bad at all," she said, her tone a mix of surprise and approval. "You look like a pilgrim or a fledgling freelancer from the southern islands." Elijah's grin widened, and he was clearly pleased with her assessment. "Perfect. I was going for the nobody merc look." A hum of interest left Azaleen's mouth. She nodded her head and observed Elijah's new appearance. I see," she said, a note of understanding in her voice. "That makes sense. Blending in with the locals, becoming part of the background. Smart move." Sweeping her gaze around their little corner of the village, she saw it was bustling with activity. The strange human group she had found herself traveling with was also donning a variety of different outfits. Some were dressed as peasants, simple folk going about their daily lives. Others had taken on the appearance of merchants, their clothes a bit more refined, a hint of prosperity about them. And then there were those, like Elijah, who had opted for the look of freelancers, wandering adventurers, and sellswords. But what stood out most to Azaleen was the sight of them loading their equipment into the back of wooden carriages. Gone were the sleek, metal carriages that moved without the aid of beasts of burden, and in their place were simple, horse-drawn carts. Azaleen turned back to Elijah, a furrowed brow, betraying her confusion. "You're not taking your metal carriages?" she asked, gesturing toward the wooden carts. "I thought those were your primary mode of transportation." "Eh?" "Nah," Elijah lifted an eyebrow before dismissively throwing his hand. "Too conspicuous if we show up in those, and too bothersome to hide if we get close and stash them somewhere." After quietly considering his words for a moment, Azaleen nodded her head in agreement as she tapped the side of her potion. "I suppose you're right," she conceded. "People also like to wander and might run into them. You'd need to station a permanent guard." "Yep, pretty much," Elijah agreed, nodding his head. "Last thing we need is some curious locals stumbling upon our stuff and causing a scene. Or trying to steal it." Taking another look around, Azaleen's brow furrowed further as a thought struck her. Now that she considered it, why were they all preparing now? The expedition wasn't set to leave for a few days, yet here they were, packing up and getting into character. "Why the rush?" she asked, turning back to Elijah. "I thought we had a few days before we were supposed to head out. Why is everyone gearing up now?" Elijah, who had been busy watching Yana continue to meddle with their prisoner in various concerning ways, did a double-take towards Azaleen. His gaze flickered between the two, making sure the mischievous fairy wasn't doing anything too crazy, before focusing on Azaleen's question. "Oh, they're just familiarizing themselves with the local garb and equipment," he explained, waving a hand towards the bustling activity. "Getting a feel for how to move, how to act. It's one thing to look the part, but it's another to act the part." "Act the part?" Azaleen murmured to herself as she tilted her head and threw. The action caused the ears to wobble as she took in Elijah's words. It made sense. If they were going to blend in, they needed to do more than just dress for the part. They needed to live it, breathe it, and make it their second nature. Meanwhile, Yana was zipping around the still unconscious and seemingly brain-dead prisoner with a mischievous glint in her eye. The fairy had her hand on her chin, deep in thought as she examined the man from various angles, as if he were a particularly intriguing puzzle to solve. Suddenly, she darted to the man's face, prying his mouth open with her tiny hands. With a giggle, she grabbed his tongue and pulled it out, stretching it out to hang from the side of his mouth in a comical fashion. Yana then flew back, putting some distance between herself and the prisoner as she admired her handiwork. It was like an artist stepping back from a canvas, considering the next brushstroke. She hummed, tilting her head as she flew from one side of the man's head to the other, examining him from different angles. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and impish glee. It was a look that would have made Azaleen and the otherworldly humans wary and put some distance between themselves and her. Elijah, still in conversation with Azaleen, continued his explanation. Yeah, the sooner we start, the more natural it'll feel when we're out there. And the more natural it feels, the more. But his words trailed off as a sudden zap filled the air, followed by the sight of Yana electrocuting the prisoner with bolts of violet electricity. The man's body jerked and spasmed with each zap, his tongue flopping around wildly as the fairy cackled with delight. Convincing will be. Elijah repeated distractedly, his eyes widening at the scene unfolding before him. Hold on a sec. As he started to walk over with a brow furrowed in a mix of concern and exasperation, the fairy continued her mischievous play. She was so engrossed in what she was doing that she didn't even notice her apostle rapidly approaching. Zipping up to the prisoner's face once more, Yana grabbed an eyelid in each hand and started pumping her arms like pistons, causing the man's eyes to flutter open and close in a grotesque pantomime of wakefulness. Wakey wakey, she yelled gleefully, her high-pitched voice carrying across the village. A look of alarm spread across Elijah's face as she took off into a jog. Yana, he called out, trying to get the fairy's attention. What are you doing? Stop that. What the hell is wrong with you? But Yana seemed to be in her own world, lost in the joy of her mischief. She continued her assault on the prisoner's face, alternating between zapping him with electricity and manipulating his features like a deranged puppeteer. And the moment he got close enough to snatch Yana out of the air, the prisoner suddenly let out a shrill scream as he twisted and writhed, trying to break free of his restraints. Jesus fucking Christ! Elijah yelped as he stopped in his tracks, stumbling backward. Elijah's hand instinctively went to his pistol, drawing it in a smooth, practiced motion. He leveled the weapon at the prisoner, his finger resting alongside the trigger guard as he assessed the situation. The prisoner's scream had drawn the attention of the other operators lurking around the area. They rushed over, weapons at the ready, their faces tense with anticipation of a potential threat. Coleman and an SASR operator were the first to reach Elijah and the squirming prisoner. What the fuck is going on here? Coleman demanded as his hand rested on his own pistol. His eyes darted from the writhing prisoner to Elijah's drawn pistol to Yana, who was still gleefully zapping the man with bolts of violet electricity. I don't know. Elijah replied in a befuddled voice. 1 minute, he was out cold, the next, he's screaming like a banshee. For once, he found himself completely flustered, unsure what to do. The SASR operator who helped them with the convoy raid, known as Just Ian, spoke up. Mate, I think your little friend there might be the problem. Yana cackled evilly as she continued to torment the poor soul, her manic laughter mixing with his agonized screams in a discordant symphony of chaos. Are you awake yet? She yelled, her tiny hands prying the man's eyelids open. Did you have a nice sleep? Rise and shine. It's time to dash. Quack. Yana's taunting was cut short as Elijah's hand shot out, snatching her off the man's face. But with her tiny fist still clenched on the man's eyelids, Elijah inadvertently yanked the man forward, out of his resting place inside of the GMV, and face first onto the stone floor. Elijah froze for a few moments as he looked down at the groaning man with a blank expression. The prisoner's face contorted in pain, and his hands weakly grasped at the air as his muscles spasmed from the unrelenting shocks. But before Elijah could even begin to process the insane scene before him, a sinking feeling crept up his spine. Slowly, Elijah turned his head to look behind him. He knew that, with how loud they were, it would draw a crowd, but it wasn't just Ian and Coleman standing there anymore. No, half the damn village and most of the operators lurking about were crowded around the makeshift garage, craning their necks to get a peek at what was happening. The operators, the villagers, all stared at him with expressions ranging from gobsmacked disbelief to outright incredulity. He could practically hear their thoughts. What the hell is wrong with these guys? With an audible smack, Elijah face-bombed, dragging his hand down his face in exasperation. "Oh, for fuck's sake," he muttered under his breath. In his grip, Yana wiggled and squirmed, her tiny face scrunched up in indignation. "Stupid head. Stupid head," she squeaked, her high-pitched voice cutting through the stunned silence. "Did you want me to wake him up or not?" Elijah gritted his teeth, his patience diminishing by the second. "Yana," he ground out, "I didn't mean like this." But the fairy was having none of it. She continued her tirade, her words coming out in a rush. "You said wake him up. I woke him up. What's the problem? He's awake now, isn't he?" With a sigh of resignation, Elijah looked up, meeting the eyes of the assembled onlookers. "All right, fuck it. Well," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "he's awake. So, I guess we can at least interrogate him now." The crowd collectively shook their heads and grumbled about the omnipotent and pervasive insanity of this planet before meandering off back to their own tasks, while the villagers stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Elijah shifted his gaze to Azaleen, who was watching the spectacle with a mixture of interest and disgust. "Hey, Azaleen," he called out, "you think you can sit in on the interrogation? We're gonna need an interpreter, or at least someone who knows about knights and warriors and all that shit." Azaleen raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. "You want me to babysit your prisoner?" Elijah opened his mouth to deny the accusation, but instead just flapped his mouth and moved his hands as he struggled to find an appropriate answer. "Yeah, more or less." He finally shrugged and released his hold on Yana. Taking the opportunity to gain some distance, Yana stuck her tongue out at Elijah and let out an indignant huff. "This is the thanks I get for helping you stupid mortals." She barked in irritation. "I should have just left him brain dead." "Humph." She harumphed and zipped out of the garage. Azaleen shook her head after letting out an exhausted sigh. Looking down at the healing potion in her hand, Azaleen watched the red liquid sloshing gently in the vial. With a shrug, she uncorked it and took a swig, gulping down a quarter of the contents. Immediately, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she could feel her injuries starting to mend. The pain in her hip and arm faded to a dull ache. Straightening up, Azaleen's posture turned more relaxed as she sucked in a deep breath of air. "Fine," she said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "But only because I know you're going to underestimate him and get yourselves hurt." As Azaleen straightened up, Elijah's eyes widened in astonishment. The change in her posture was subtle but unmistakable. Gone was the slight hunch and the careful way she held herself to avoid aggravating her injuries. In its place was a fluid grace, a sense of ease and strength that seemed to radiate from her very being. Elijah's brow furrowed as he watched the transformation unfold. As a medic, he'd seen his fair share of injuries, from the mundane to the catastrophic. He knew the toll they took on the body, the slow and painful process of recovery. But this? This was something else entirely. Before his very eyes, Azaleen's wounds seemed to be knitting themselves back together at an impossible rate. The bruises that had mottled her skin faded from angry purple, to sickly yellow, to nothing at all. The scabbed over lacerations sealed themselves, leaving behind only faint pink lines that quickly disappeared. But what really caught Elijah off guard was the fact that he could see the magic. Or at least, he thought he could. It was like a shimmering aura, a barely perceptible flow of energy that seemed to dance across Azaleen's skin. It pulsed and swirled, concentrating around her injuries before sinking into her flesh, accelerating the healing process to an unbelievable degree. Taking a look around at the other faces observing the two, Elijah tried to gauge the reactions of the others. Did they see it too? The strange, ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from Azaleen? But to his surprise, no one else seemed to notice. They carried on with their tasks, oblivious to the miraculous feat of healing taking place right in front of them. Azaleen, seemingly unaware of Elijah's scrutiny, strode over to the hogtied prisoner, and without a care in the world, she yanked him up and slung him over her shoulder as if he weighed nothing at all. The prisoner let out a startled yelp, his eyes wide with fear and confusion, before trying to wriggle away. However, Azaleen's grip was ironclad, and there was no escaping. As Elijah watched, he could see the flows of energy within Azaleen herself, contorting and manipulating in ways he couldn't even begin to comprehend. It was like watching a complex machine at work, all gears and moving parts, except it was pure, unadulterated magic instead of metal and oil. "Fine," Azaleen sighed, looking over her shoulder and snapping Elijah out of his mesmerized state. Where am I taking him? Oh, right. Fuck. Elijah shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs of wonder and disbelief. We need to get those human spooks. He glanced over at Ian, the SASR operator who had been watching the whole exchange with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. I guess you guys want in on this too? Ian nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Damn right we do. Can't let the burgers have all the fun, now can we? Both Elijah and Coleman seemingly recoiled away from the literally mental damage they incurred when the Australian called them burgers. The fact that someone would describe an entire nation and its people by their food staples seemed completely out of pocket. The two American SOF operators looked the Australian up and down equally as impressed as they were offended. God damn. Coleman huffed in bewildered amusement as he shook his head. Can you calm down? Elijah pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture of exasperation. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for Azaleen to follow him. Come on, let's get this over with, he said in a resigned tone. Turning to Coleman, Elijah jerked his thumb toward the abandoned building on the outskirts of the village. Go grab the activity guys, and have them meet us at the snitch hut, will ya? Coleman nodded, already moving towards the building with a sense of purpose. On it. With that, Elijah and Azaleen made their way toward the makeshift interrogation room, the hogtied prisoner bouncing uncomfortably on Azaleen's shoulder with each step. Shaw sat alone in the dimly lit room, a black bag over his head, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The rough fabric scratched at his face, and the musty smell filled his nostrils with each labored breath. His mind raced, a whirlwind of paranoid thoughts and narcissistic delusions crashing against the inside of his skull like a tempest. They all set me up, he muttered to himself, his voice muffled by the bag. Ira, and the Count, they're all plotted to sell me to these damned monsters. They couldn't stand the thought of someone of low birth, rising above they station. He rocked back and forth, the motion a futile attempt to self-soothe. But the thoughts wouldn't leave him alone. They swirled and churned, feeding his ego and his fear in equal measure. They be jealous of me, of my success. They know I'm better than em, they know that I'm destined for greatness. That's why they're trying to sabotage me, to keep me in my place. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, the sound tinged with a manic edge. The Count, he saw it too. Saw my potential, my worth. That's why they killed him. Shaw's voice started shaking as he suddenly switched to the third person. Couldn't risk him a levitoned me further, couldn't bear the thought of a lowborn like me outshining em. Shaw's breath grew more ragged, his heart pounding in his chest. The air inside the bag was stifling, but he hardly noticed. His mind was consumed by the perceived slights and conspiracies he'd woven around himself like a cocoon. And Ira, that vile wretch. She's always looked down on him, always treated him like he was beneath her. But he sees through her now. See the jealousy, the resentment. She knows he'd be a threat to her precious status quo. He then strained against his bonds, the ropes biting into his skin. In a moment of desperation, he channeled some of his mana into his muscles, hoping to break free. The ropes went completely taut, creaking and groaning from the immense strain. A few strands snapped and pulled at the edges, giving him a glimmer of hope. But it was short-lived. The exertion proved too much, and Shaw let out a gasp as his mana reserves depleted, leaving him even weaker than before. He slumped back, the rope still holding strong, despite his efforts. They think they can just sell me to outsiders and be done with it, he muttered, his voice a mix of anger and fear. Like I'm some kind of livestock to be traded and bartered. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the horrors he'd witnessed. That creature, that tiny beast with the flaming hair and violet eyes. Shaw couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine when he remembered how the damned thing conjured foul magics that went beyond his comprehension. He could feel his mana literally burning away like fat in a flame. What unholy alliance have those monsters made, he wondered aloud, his voice trembling. To command a beast like that, it ain't natural. It ain't right. He shuddered at the memory of the creature's manic laughter, the searing pain of its torment. It was like nothing he'd ever experienced before, a level of agony he didn't even know existed. Is this what they've been hiding? He raved, his words coming faster and more frantic. Is this the secret they've been keeping from us all along? Demons and devils, creatures of the pit, all in league with the nobles and the mages? Shaw's breath grew ragged as his mind raced, putting the pieces together in a frenzied, paranoid rush. Ira, the Count, they must have known, he muttered, his voice rising in pitch with each word. They must be working with these monsters, they summoned them here. The realization hit him like a thunderbolt, sending his heart rate skyrocketing. He began to hyperventilate, the black bag over his head growing damp with sweat and tears. I have to tell someone, he gasped, his words coming out in short, sharp bursts. I have to get out of here and warn them, the entire Wyvern wing, they're traitors. They're all traitors. The urgency of his mission consumed him, driving him to a fever pitch. He had to get to the Empire, had to reveal the treachery that had taken root within its very heart. With a renewed vigor, Shaw strained against his bindings once more, channeling every ounce of strength and mana he had left into the effort. The ropes creaked and groaned, the fibers stretching to their limit. Shaw's muscles bulged, his veins standing out in stark relief against his skin. He gritted his teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth as he bit down hard, pushing himself beyond the brink of exhaustion. But it was no use. The bindings held fast, unyielding in the face of his desperate struggle. Shaw collapsed back, his chest heaving, his body shaking with the aftershocks of his exertion. Meanwhile, in another room, Elijah, Azaleen, and a few other operators gathered around a rugged laptop. The device showed a live feed from Shaw's makeshift cell. The high resolution showed the prisoner's every move and picked up every word he muttered. They watched in silence as Shaw raved and ranted, his words a jumbled mess of paranoia and desperation. Elijah's brow furrowed as he listened, trying to make sense of the prisoner's fragmented thoughts. He's losing it, Azaleen murmured, her voice tinged with a mix of pity and revulsion. What's he going on about? A human intelligence operator from the fabled intelligence support activity asked in English as peeked over at Elijah. A deep, rumbling breath left Elijah's lips as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of Shaw's paranoid ramblings into a coherent picture. Lowering his head and scratching, Elijah began to explain his understanding of the prisoner's words. Okay, so from what I can gather, this guy seems to think there's some kind of conspiracy going on, maybe. He's talking about counts, someone named Ira, wyverns, and traitors. With their faces etched with an intense concentration, the activity operator and the SASR team members leaned in as they listened to Elijah's analysis. Ian, the SASR operator who had been present during Shaw's capture, spoke up. Cunt mentioned the count's death. That seems to be a key point. Like it was some kind of trigger for all this. Elijah nodded, his brow furrowed. Yeah, and then there's this Ira character. The way Shaw talks about her, it's like they're involved somehow. Maybe they're a part of this conspiracy he's raving about. One of the activity operators, a rather skinny and lean man with sharp eyes, chimed in. And the wyverns. But aren't they war beasts or beasts of burden or something? Maybe this Ira person is a commander or tamer or some shit. With a hand running down his face, Elijah racked his brain for any kind of logic in all of this nonsense. Dude keeps going on about needing to warn someone. I think he said the Empire, something? I think he's convinced that there are traitors within its ranks. The group fell silent for a moment, each of them turning the pieces over in their minds in an attempt to make sense of the incomprehensible. So do you all think we should approach this? Ian asked as he looked at the other operators. As the group pondered Ian's question, a sense of uncertainty settled over the room. They exchanged glances, each of them trying to come up with a plan of action, but it was clear that they were grasping at straws. Look, problem is, Ian spoke, breaking the silence, we don't have any real context or personal knowledge on the cunt to work with here. We're outsiders, trying to make sense of a world we barely understand. The human specialist nodded, his expression pensive. He's right. We're flying blind here. We don't know the significance of this count other than the obvious, or who Ira is, or what the hell wyverns have to do with anything. As frustration started to build up, Elijah leaned back in his chair and balanced it on two legs. And the more this guy raves, the less sense it all makes. We're trying to piece together a puzzle, with most of the pieces missing. As time went on and Shaw's ramblings grew more incoherent and it became increasingly apparent that any information they were going to glean from him was likely to be unreliable at best or complete nonsense at worst. Elijah scratched at his beard while his mind worked overtime to find a way forward. He glanced at the activity's human specialist. What if we play into it, he suggested in a low and thoughtful voice. Roll with his paranoia, feed into it. Make him think we're the bad guys he thinks we are, and his friends sold him out. The human specialist raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea. That's... He mused. An interesting idea. It might make him slip up and say something we can actually use. Yeah, we could also play the long con and cut him loose, Elijah suggested, putting his hands behind his head. Make him point fingers at his own people and kick the hornet's nest from within. He might just get his head chopped off or, cause some internal issues and start making friends suspicious of each other. A concerned look spread across the human specialist's face, and his brow furrowed as he considered Elijah's suggestion. The idea of playing into Shaw's paranoia, of making him believe that his own people had betrayed him, was intriguing, but cutting him loose is another issue. Hold on, the specialist said, holding up a hand. Let's think about this. If we go down this road, we risk this blowing up in our faces. What's to stop him from running straight to his superiors and spilling everything he knows about our FOB and operation? Elijah leaned forward. We make sure he doesn't know anything concrete. We feed him just enough to make him paranoid but not enough to give away our actual positions or plans. But the specialist wasn't convinced. Even if we're careful, this guy's unstable, he's definitely going to fly off the handle and start yapping about our positions. Ian chimed in, his heavy Australian accent thick with concern. Too right, mate. We're already concentrated in this bloody village and haven't secured another spot. It's a right risky move. He leaned back, his expression grim. We're already talking casualties with these new tactics they're using. Wyverns and dragons, hiding in the forest, acting as quick reaction forces. The last thing we need is this bloke ratting out our position. Next thing we know, we'll have a pack of those scaly dicksuckers breathing down our necks. Elijah held up his hands, trying to placate their concerns. I hear you, I do. But think about it, they already have a general idea of our area of operations. We're spread out enough that they don't have a precise fix on where we are. He paused, his mind racing. So what if we take him somewhere else before we cut him loose? Somewhere far enough away that even if he does talk, it won't lead them right to our doorstep. The human specialist considered this, his expression thoughtful. That could work if we're smart about it and choose the location carefully. Aren't you guys going on a trade caravan to another town or some shit? A thoughtful look crossed over everyone's face as the human specialist's words hung in the air. Why don't go with you and break off from the main convoy? He continued. Take him to the middle of fucking nowhere. Ian nodded, catching on quickly. And you could make the bastard think he broke free on his own. Loosen his restraints a bit, let him bolt, and think he's made a clean getaway. Slip a squawker somewhere on him for good measure, Elijah added, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Now you're thinking. The human specialist leaned forward. And while he's running, we put the fear of whatever fucking god they believe in into him. Go full cyclic over his head and let loose and at 4 or 2 behind him. Elijah grinned, the pieces of the plan falling into place in his mind. He'll be so focused on running, on staying one step ahead of his imagined pursuers, that he won't even think to question how he got free or where he is in the first place. Alright, let's see where this leads us, Ian said with a grin as he got up and headed for the door with Elijah and the activity operator in tow. Azaleen, on the other hand, had been watching the prisoner's body language on the magic device's display intensely. While the men spoke in a language she'd never heard before, her gaze had never wavered from Shaw's struggling form. As the operators made for the door, Azaleen suddenly stepped in front of them, blocking their path. She looked directly at Elijah with a serious expression. I should go in first, she firmly spoke with her arm extended to prevent the men from going past her. The men exchanged confused glances, but it was Ian who spoke up. What? He asked in a confused tone. Why? A moment of silence passed as Azaleen's eyes flicked back to the screen. He's a mana user, and he's about to break free of his bonds. Let me talk to him first and handle him if he tries anything cute, then we can continue from there. Skepticism floated across each of the operators' faces as they processed this new information. Elijah frowned, and his brow furrowed in thought. While he trusted Azaleen's knowledge and experience, the idea of sending her in alone didn't sit well with him. Are you sure that's wise? He asked, his voice tinged with concern. There's 5 of us. Even if he's a mana user, how could he possibly overpower us all? Yeah, and with all due respect, the activity operator spoke, looking at Azaleen's muscular yet still very feminine form up and down. But that's a grown-ass man in there. A pretty fucking big one too. There was an unspoken dynamic at play. The operators, as trained and capable as they were all trained and well-built men. The thought of sending Azaleen in to face a potentially dangerous prisoner alone went against their instincts and sensibilities. Azaleen let out an amused huff and crossed her arms. Ah. That's precious. A cheeky smile spread across her face as her gaze swept between the humans. It's quite a while someone has treated me like a proper lady. Elijah opened his mouth to add in on the fact that he didn't like the idea. But he caught himself. The common sense of their world didn't apply here, and Azaleen was no ordinary woman. She was a seasoned mercenary, well-versed in the ways of this world and its dangers. If she said she could handle it, he had to trust her judgment. Nah, he said, finally raising a hand and turning to the others. We should trust her. She's a local merc, she knows what she's doing. Ian and the activity operator gave each other an uncertain look. They didn't quite agree with the assessment, but they still deferred to Elijah's lead, seeing as he was the woman's handler. All right, Ian said, stepping aside. If you say you got it, you got it. Azaleen's smile widened, and she gave Elijah a playful wink. While I do feel somewhat insulted that you think so low of me, she said, her voice tinged with mirth, I'm still glad you see me as a woman. The activity operator jerked his head towards the others, signaling for them to follow. Ian looked to one of his team members and gave a quick nod. Josh, keep an eye on the feed, will ya? Radio us if we need to intervene. The team member nodded, his eyes already glued to the screen displaying Shaw's cell. Ian, Elijah, and the activity operator followed after Azaleen as they pulled their pistols out and racked back the slide to ensure rounds were chambered. They posted themselves outside the door, ready to enter at a moment's notice as Azaleen sauntered and reached for the door handle. She paused and glanced back over her shoulder for a quick moment and said, but don't worry, boys. I'll be gentle with him, before sauntering in with swaying hips. Shaw's head snapped up to see Azaleen's figure enter the room. His eyes went wide, and panic started to rear its ugly head as she closed the door behind her. But as the latch on the door softly clicked in place, the woman leaned back against the door in a relaxed but alert posture. Her head was tilted down as Shaw saw the woman gazing at him through her eyelashes, and a small, almost coy smile played on her lips as she regarded him. Hello there, she purred in a low and silky voice. The effect was immediate. Shaw froze, his breath catching in his throat, and for a moment, he almost felt himself dropping his guard, but his paranoia prevented him from being enchanted. For a moment, Shaw cursed himself for almost dropping his guard, but he half expected a literal demon or God's damned devil to come through that door, not a sun elf. Who are you? Shaw managed to stammer out, his voice hoarse. Azaleen pushed off from the door, taking a slow, deliberate step towards him. Me? She asked, her tone playful. I'm just a friendly face. Someone who wants to help you. Trying to regain control of his rapidly beating heart, Shaw sucked in a deep breath as his eyes narrowed at the woman as she took another step towards him. She spoke honeyed words with honeyed tone, but he couldn't help but shake the feeling he was in danger. As she continued to approach him, Shaw drew more power, flexing against the ropes that bound him even as they bit deep into his skin. He could feel the fiber straining, the knots beginning to loosen. Just a little more, and he might be able to break free. As his gaze darted around the room, Shaw searched for any means of escape. The door was closed, and the woman in front of him stood between him and his freedom. But as his eyes settled back on Azaleen, a desperate plan began to form in his mind. If all else failed, he could always try to overpower her, but he also concluded it wouldn't be easy. Seeing her posture and how she carried herself, the woman must have been a mana user, just like he was. However, despite her confidence, she was still smaller than him and he highly doubted she could match. He was able to subdue her and take her hostage, then he might just get the leverage needed to get out of this nightmare. How? Shaw began, his voice trembling slightly. How are you going to help me? Are you here to sell me to that small flying demon too? Azaleen let out a soft, tinkling laugh that sounded at odds with the tension in the room. She reached out, tracing a finger along Shaw's jawline with a touch feather light. No, silly, she purred, her eyes glinting with amusement. I'm here to make sure you're not going to do anything stupid before my friends talk to you. Shaw flinched at her touch, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't tell if the racing of his pulse was due to fear or adrenaline for what was to come. Anything as stupid, his mouth felt suddenly dry as he repeated the woman's words. Like what? Like trying to escape, Azaleen literally chirped, as a wide, predatory grin spread across her face. Or trying to hurt someone. Namely, me. A chill running down Shaw's spine as his eyes widened at Azaleen's words. She had read his intentions like an open book. But it was already too late and she was already too close. This was his chance, perhaps his only chance, to break free from this nightmare. Without hesitation, a guttural roar left Shaw's mouth as he channeled every ounce of his strength, every shred of his mana, into one final, desperate flex. The ropes that bound him snapped with a violent crack, and in a blur of motion, Shaw shot up from his seat, grabbed onto Azaleen's arm and pushed her back. As Shaw's hand closed around her arm and started pushing, Azaleen used the very own forces he exerted against him. In a blur of motion, Azaleen's hip thrusted forward, and her knee shot out, connecting with Shaw's groin with devastating force. The man's eyes bulged, his mouth opening in a silent scream as pain exploded through his body, but Azaleen wasn't done. Before he could even think to double over, the woman's body weight then shifted as her elbow crashed into his eye socket with a sickening crunch. Stars burst across Shaw's vision, the world spinning wildly around him, but that was soon overshadowed by alarm as Azaleen's hands grasped his head, her fingers tangling in his matted hair. With a vicious yank, she pulled his head forward, driving her forehead into his face in a brutal headbutt. The impact was tremendous. Like a sledgehammer against concrete, a deafening thud echoed out in the room as Shaw's head snapped back, causing his skull to slam against the wooden wall behind him. The wood splintered the force, and Shaw slumped to the ground, his body a broken heap. Blood poured from his shattered nose, his left eye already swelling shut as the man let out a low groan. Azaleen stood over him as the door burst open, the men from outside flooding in with weapons drawn. But they froze at the sight before them, Shaw, barely conscious and mewling in pain, and Azaleen, turning to face them with a grin. "I told you I'd be gentle," she said, her voice a purr of satisfaction as the sound of pitiful whimpers resounded in the stillness of the room. The men stared, their expressions a mix of awe and horror. They had expected her to be easily overpowered by their prisoner, but what they found didn't quite align with the accustomed norms of their world's reality. By all means, the man should have easily overpowered Azaleen. However, the woman showed to be much more powerful and skillful. Ian and the human specialist looked at Elijah, who was equally dumbfounded as they held their weapons like fools. "Fucking hell," Ian muttered as the three men stood in stunned silence as their eyes darted between Azaleen and the pitiful form of Shaw, crumpled on the ground. It had taken mere seconds for the woman to neutralize the prisoner in such a manner that it even scared the three operators standing there. The captive's face was a mess of blood and bruises, and his features were already swelling in a grotesque manner. If it weren't for the fact that they had just rushed into the room before the scuffle happened, they would have completely believed she had spent a good part of an hour beating the man with a brick. Repeatedly. As the three otherworlders tried to wrap their mind around the scene, their earpieces crackled to life. "Mates, we're going to need to reevaluate how we handle close combat." That was terrifying. Josh, the Australian SASR member who had been watching the camera feed, spoke with a voice mixed with awe and unease. While if this was the power of a single mana user, a woman at that, what chance did they stand in a full-on confrontation? The three operators exchanged troubled glances as the SASR member's words sank in. While they hadn't witnessed the actual confrontation, the aftermath spoke volumes about Azaleen's sheer power. Their eyes took in the damage to the splintered planks on the wall where Shaw's head had impacted and the clutter strewn about from the brief but violent struggle. But it was the state of Shaw himself that truly drove home the reality of what they were facing. The man's nose was horribly mangled, a deep gash split his eyebrow, and blood still oozing from the wound. To top it all off, a massive lump had already formed where his eye socket should have been, swelling so rapidly it seemed to grow before their very eyes. All of this in mere seconds. As they watched the woman step over the debris, casually grabbing Shaw by the collar and hoisting him back into the chair as if he were a child, a grim realization settled over them. If this was the power of a single mana user, then close-quarters combat was completely off the table. It didn't matter if they were facing men, women, or even children. Anyone capable of manipulating this strange energy was a threat, a force to be reckoned with. Azaleen gave Shaw a light slap, the sound echoing in the stunned silence. "Oh, quit being so melodramatic," she chided, her voice almost playful. "I didn't hit you that hard." Each of the humans cringed as the smack seemed to reverberate throughout the room. Holy shit, Elijah muttered before placing a hand on his head and pushing it up so it ran through his hair. We're gonna have to rethink a lot of things. The three operators maneuvered around the clutter, their steps careful and measured as they tried to process the scene before them. Ian, his face a mask of disbelief, looked at Azaleen and gestured towards the barely conscious Shaw. Is he even going to be able to answer any questions? He asked, his voice tinged with a pained wince as he took in the bloody mess of a man wobbling in the chair. Azaleen threw her hand dismissively, a scoff leaving her lips. Bah, don't be fooled. He's just being a little baby. She punctuated her words with another smack to Shaw's head, sending it rocketing forward. The three otherworlders flinched in unison, a collective intake of breath hissing through their teeth. Elijah, his eyes wide, whispered under his breath, Jesus Christ. He turned to the activity operator, his expression a mix of concern and trepidation. We're not gonna get in trouble for this, are we? The human intelligence specialist from the intelligence support activity looked back at Elijah, his own uncertainty clear in his eyes. I mean, maybe, he ventured, his tone hesitant. We're not the ones doing it, it's the local. As if to underscore his point, Azaleen grabbed Shaw by the shoulders and started shaking him roughly as he groaned in pain. Hey, she barked in a sharp and commanding voice. You're gonna be a nice boy and answer my friend's questions, right? With his head lolling in a daze, Shaw could only whimper in response. His one good eye floated towards Azaleen as a mute plea for mercy left his voice. But Azaleen was having none of it. She balled her fist, leaned in close, and gave a death glare that would put the fear of the gods in any mortal man. Right. The word was drawn out in a low, threatening rumble. Yes, please. Please don't hurt me. A broken and slurred whisper left Shaw's mouth as he lifted his hands to protect his face. The that filtered into the dark room through the cracks and holes in the wall gave the woman a menacing and ethereal glow that just added to the intimidation. The human specialist closed his eyes and shook his head in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and looked down at the broken man with a mask of professionalism. What's your name? He asked in a calm and measured voice. Shaw swallowed hard as his good eye darted between the strangely dressed human and that menacing woman. Shaw, he stammered, thinking better than provoke lest she smash in his other eye. K-Night Captain Shaw. The specialist's gaze never left Shaw's face as he nodded. All right, Shaw. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I need you to answer them as best you can. Do you understand? Shaw hesitated before answering the strange man. He assumed that he was going to have to disclose state secrets of the Empire and troop positions, and Shaw had to deliberate just how much his to the Empire was worth. However, seeing the slightest tug downwards at the corner of Azaleen's mouth accelerated Shaw's value judgment, and came to the conclusion that it wasn't worth a lot. Why yes. I understand. He capitulated as his eyes shot over to the otherworlder. And so the interrogation began. Time seemed to crawl for the poor knight captain as the slow, methodical, and seemingly benign questions flooded his way, and as the interrogation dragged on, Shaw found himself growing increasingly frustrated. The otherworlder's questions seemed to have little to do with the tactical or strategic information he had expected them to seek. Instead, they focused on his personal life, his upbringing, and the intricacies of his relationships with his lord and the Empire as a whole. At first, Shaw tried to resist, offering only the barest of answers. But each time he hesitated or tried to deflect, he could feel Azaleen's gaze boring into him. And so, bit by bit, he found himself opening up, revealing more than he had ever intended. Tell me about your childhood, the otherworlder prompted, his tone almost conversational. Where did you grow up? What was your family like? Shaw, his brow furrowed in confusion, answered almost automatically. He spoke of his beginnings as a slave who lived a life of hardship, sold off by his parents to toiling away in mines and fields before he was drafted into the auxiliaries. The questions had seemed innocuous enough, so the knight captain answered them as forthrightly as he could, albeit tentatively. However, he didn't realize he was slowly painting a picture of his life, his motivations, and his loyalties. He was unwittingly creating an increasingly detailed profile of himself and the world he inhabited, revealing the intricate workings of the Empire and its complex political landscape. And your lord, the specialist continued, handing him a strange beverage that nearly made his head spin from its sweetness. He was a decently powerful noble, right? How much power did he actually have? Shaw, his mind growing hazy from the relentless questioning, found himself delving into the labyrinthine structure of the empire's ruling class. He spoke of the imperial families, the true seat of power, but also of the nobility that served and sometimes challenged them. It's complicated, Shaw admitted, his brow furrowed as he tried to describe the tangled web of relationships and rivalries. The nobles, they were supposed to be loyal to the emperor. But many of them got their own agendas, their own goals. As he continued to speak, Shaw described a system where power was constantly in flux and where alliances were forged and broken on a whim. The nobility were far from being a united front and was fractured into factions, with each vying for influence and control. Some of them big shots, they've gone and basically broken away, Shaw revealed, his voice lowering as if he were sharing a secret. They pay lip service to the emperor, but in truth, they be ruling their own lands like kings. The specialist leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. And these factions, he probed, do they ever come into conflict with each other? Shaw let out a bitter laugh, the sound harsh in the stillness of the room. All the darn time, he said, shaking his head. They scheme, they plot, and they always be lookin' for a way to gain an upper hand. Sometimes it's just politics, but other times. He trailed off, his expression darkening. Other times, they spill blood. Be in secret or open warfare. Sometimes even trying to wipe each other out. The specialist nodded thoughtfully. And where does the Empire stand in all this? Do they intervene? The knight captain gave a nonchalant shrug. Sometimes. If the fighting threatens the stability of the Empire as a whole. But often, they let the nobles fight it out amongst themselves. As long as they keep paying their taxes and provident soldiers for the imperial armies or auxiliaries, the emperor don't much care what they do to each other. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, it painted the sky in orange and pink hues, while Elijah stifled a yawn. The questioning process had dragged on into the evening, and while valuable information had been gleaned, he knew the spook types had a lot more questions. The man feared the interrogation was going to last well into the night, and there was still much to be done in preparation for their foray into this new town. All right, boys, I'm sure you got this all handled. Elijah said with a stretch and a sigh. A's, can you make sure they don't get their head bashed in? He looked to Azaleen as he stood up to excuse himself from the interrogation. Azaleen nodded in understanding. Sure, I'll stick around and make sure this idiot doesn't get too cheeky. Azaleen's eyes flicked to Elijah, flashing a smirk at him as she pat her bicep. Elijah chuckled, shaking his head as he made his way out of the room. All right, dudes. I got shit to do. He yawned as the other operators nodded, watching him step out of the interrogation room. Once he was out in the open air, Elijah took a deep breath, savoring the coolness of the evening breeze against his skin. The village was starting to wind down as the sun slowly drifted over the horizon, and the hustle and bustle of the day gave way to a more languid pace. Shopkeepers were closing up their stalls, and the smell of cooking fires drifted into the air, promising hearty meals and warm hearths of humble homes. As Elijah made his way down the main road, he noticed a group of 3 young women walking back into the village, carrying baskets of folded linens. The laughter and chatter of the lively group carried on the still evening air, giving the village a comfortable and innocuous atmosphere. But as one of the girls glanced over and caught sight of Elijah, her eyes widened in recognition. She bumped her elbow against her companion, pointing excitedly in his direction. The girl in the middle, her cheeks suddenly flushed a deep red, smiled bashfully, and looked away. But after a moment, she raised her hand in a tentative wave, her eyes darting back to meet Elijah's. With his face lighting up in recognition, Elijah lifted a hand and came to a stop and waited for the young women to catch up. Oh, hey Eileen. He called out in a warm and friendly voice, and they approached. How's it going? It's great to see you again. Eileen, a platinum blonde human woman from the forest encounter, blushed even deeper at being addressed directly. She smiled shyly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Hello, Sir Elijah, she stammered, her voice soft but filled with barely contained excitement. Her friends, catching the familiar exchange, exchanged knowing glances and giggled amongst themselves. Elijah turned his attention to them, his smile broadening. Ah, you don't have to bother calling me sir, he waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a light-hearted tone. He then looked at the 2 women that flanked her. Are the 2 ladies next to you friends of yours? Glancing to her right, Eileen looked at a brunette with sparkling blue eyes that seemed a lot more brazen than the other 2. This is Jayla, she said, introducing her friend. Hello, Sir Elijah, it's very nice to meet you, Jayla said in a confident voice and tinged with a hint of flirtation. Turning to her left, Eileen gestured to a petite blonde woman who seemed the youngest of the group. "And this is my sister Haley," she added. Elijah's smile widened as he took a step toward the group and bowed as he saw in a few movies. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet two beautiful women like yourselves," he said, his voice smooth and warm. "I'd like to thank you all for treating me and my friends well. If there's anything you guys need help with, just let me know." The girls giggled at the compliment, their cheeks flushing with pleasure. Haley, the shyest of the two sisters, ducked her head, a small smile playing on her lips. Jayla, on the other hand, met Elijah's gaze directly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, you flatter us, sir." Jayla responded in a playful tone as she eyed Eileen and her sister. "But we're just simple village girls, nothing special." A chuckle left Elijah's mouth as he shook his head. "Oh please," he said, his voice firm but kind. "Beauty is beauty, whether it's found in a city or a village. And you three? You're hidden beautiful gems, hidden in the rough," he added, running a hand through his long, curly hair. The girls practically swooned at his words. A foreign knight that a superior to their village head, calling a humble village girl a beautiful gem, was something out of a fairy tale. Even Eileen, who had more intimate dealings with Elijah, couldn't help but beam at the praise. Noticing the women were carrying heavy baskets, Elijah stepped forward after stretching his neck from one side to another. "Here, let me help you with those," he said, reaching out to take the two largest baskets from Eileen and Jayla. "Wait. Sir Elijah." Eileen protested, but Elijah waved their objections away. "Please, it's the least I could do for your hospitality," he said, hefting the baskets easily. "Just lead the way, and I'll follow." With a smooth motion, he threw a large blanket that Haley had been carrying over his shoulder and snatched the two baskets from the other two. The girls stared for a few moments as another fit of giggling left their mouths. In their world, men rarely offered to help with such menial chores. To have a man, especially one as handsome and exotic as Elijah, insist on carrying their burdens, it was like those plays they'd see whenever venturing into town. After deciding to allow the man to do as he pleased, the women led the way. As they walked, Elijah kept the conversation flowing by asking the girls about their lives in the village, their families, and how they felt about the soldiers in her village. They admitted they were dubious about it at first, seeing as their history with bandits and the auxiliaries, but they were pleasantly surprised. The all-human band of foreign soldiers was not only respectful, but helpful. It didn't take long for Elijah and the three women to reach the inn and drop off the linens. After handing the short yet stout innkeeper and his helper the baskets, he took a step back and watched with a keen eye as the three girls were paid in a small pittance of copper-like coins. A hum of interest left his mouth as the girls slowly counted each coin out loud. It didn't seem like much, but such details spoke a lot about this world and its cost of labor. But before he could fully process the information, the girls turned to him with a joyful smiles while shoving their newfound fortunes in their pockets. As they approached, Elijah put on another smile and turned to walk with them. "Why don't I walk you girls home?" The girls readily agreed, nodding their heads and smiling with flushed faces at the thought of being escorted home by what they thought was a knight of a foreign kingdom. They couldn't help but marvel at Elijah's gentlemanly demeanor. In their experience, knights and nobles of the empire were often haughty and dismissive, treating common folk like them with disdain or outright contempt. But Elijah, he was different. He treated them with respect, with kindness. He listened to their stories and seemed genuinely interested in their lives. It was a kind of chivalry they had only heard about in tales and songs, a nobility of spirit that they had never expected to encounter in real life. As they approached Jayla's home, the young woman turned to Elijah with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Sir Elijah," Jayla said, looking up at him bashfully. "Hope the night finds you well." "Good night, Jayla. I hope you sleep well." Elijah responded, offering a smirk as she disappeared into her home. As Elijah turned his attention back to the sisters, he continued on with his escort. It was a much silent walk as the two women were much more silent than their chatty friend, and Eileen felt too embarrassed to talk with her sister right next to them. However, it didn't take long for them to find their way home, and as Haley disappeared into the small humble cottage, her sister lingered in the doorway. I could tell." Eileen paused before taking a deep breath in order to gather her courage. "I could tell my ma that I left a blanket by the river," she said, her words coming out in a rushed stutter. If you wanted to, too." She trailed off, but her implication was clear. Maintaining his calm, Elijah stepped closer as his hand came up to tuck a strand of hair behind Eileen's ear gently. "I would like that very much," he murmured in a low and husky voice. Eileen shivered at his touch, while her eyes fluttered closed for a brief moment. When she opened them again, they were filled with a mixture of excitement when she realized he accepted her invitation. A wolfish smile spread across the man's face when the young woman disappeared into her home, calling out for her mother. He was going to eat very, very well tonight. With the morning sun high in the sky and the village preparing its caravan, Elijah stood in the makeshift garage with his brow furrowed in concentration as he stared at two weapons laid out before him. On one side was his trusted Geisel URGI, a tried-and-true M4 platform that he knew like the back of his hand. It was reliable, accurate, and, most importantly, it used the same ammunition as everyone else. But on the other side, there lay temptation in the form of the brand-new reduced signature assault rifle, RSAR. Chambered in his favorite round, .300 Blackout, it promised unparalleled suppression and superb performance under 300 meters, hitting like a brick in a compact package. Elijah hummed in thought while his fingers drummed on the side of his leg as he weighed the pros and cons of each weapon. The Geisel was a known quantity, a workhorse he could depend on. But the RSAR was a thing of beauty. Jesus Christ, Eli. Just bring both, Bennett's voice cut through Elijah's musings, tinged with exasperation. Elijah looked up, meeting his teammate's gaze. Bennett was leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed and an eyebrow raised. "You've been staring at those guns for the past 15 minutes, Bennett said, shaking his head with an arm full of Stinger missiles and at 4S. "You're worse than some valley girl trying to pick a pair of shoes." Unabashed, turned back to the two rifles and let out a sigh. "Nah, bro. You don't understand," he said, running a hand through his hair. "You see, the beauty of the RSAR is that it can run subsonic rounds. I can just pop motherfuckers like it's nothing, no loud bang, no muzzle flash, just a quiet little pft and they're down." He mimed shooting, his finger pulling an imaginary trigger. "But then, when I need it, I can just swap mags and run supersonic rounds. Suddenly, I'm fucking someone's day up from a distance, especially if I need penetration." Bennett rolled his eyes, but Elijah was on a roll. "I mean, don't get me wrong, 5.56 is great. It zips faster than fuck, but it can't go through things as well as a 30 calories can. The RSAR gives me options, man." He paused, his brow furrowing as a thought occurred to him. "But the problem is, I'd be taking up a lot more precious space and cargo capacity on the cart. Space we could use for heavier weapons or supplies." Elijah sighed, his gaze drifting back to the Geisel. "But if I choose the URGI, then there's parts and ammo commonality across the board. I don't have to bother with needing my own special ammo and—" "Oh, for fuck's sake," Bennett interrupted, his patience finally snapping. "Just shut up. Please, just shut the fuck up," he huffed out before turning on his heel, stalking away while muttering under his breath about fucking gear queers and overthinking shit. Unable to resist getting in one last jab, Elijah yelled after Bennett as he stomped away and flipped him off. "Your MOM." With his arm still full of ordnance, Bennett didn't even bother acknowledging the man as he waddled out of the garage. However, he couldn't help but grumble under his breath about how Elijah should have had this shit figured out already. The bastard had all night to get everything organized, but here he was, doing everything last minute. Again. "Ridiculous," the engineer bemoaned as he adjusted his grip just before an F4 fell out of his hands. As he approached one of the carts allocated to the ODA team, Bennett looked up to see Coleman, who was dressed like a medieval merchant, carefully placing cans of ammunition in the bed of a wooden cart. But the team leader looked up, and his eyebrows raised when he saw Bennett's agitation. "The fuck is up with you?" he asked, pushing a roll of furs over the metal cans. Bennett dumped the launchers into the back of the cart with a grunt, the weapons clanging against each other. "The Geardo fuck is still trying to figure out what gun he's gonna bring," he said, his tone a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Instantly knowing that Eli was most likely talking about his standard-issue rifle and the RSAR, Coleman just shook his head. "Just tell him to bring both," he said, as if it were the most obvious solution in the world. "I did." Bennett nearly yelled, throwing his hands up in frustration. Coleman pinched the bridge of his nose, before turning back to organize the ammunition. "Yeah, well, you know Eli," he said, his voice filled with fond amusement. "He overanalyzes shit. It's just how he operates. Bennett snorted in irritation as she started playing Tetris, twisting and turning launchers, cans of ammunition, and other supplies to make everything fit. Yeah, well, he can operate these nuts. As Bennett and Coleman continued loading the cart, the rest of their side of the village buzzed with activity. Hastily built structures, erected to house the influx of refugees and the ODA team, stood in stark contrast to the more traditional village dwellings. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation, a mix of excitement and trepidation for the journey ahead. 2 carts stood ready, strange cow-like oxen hitched at the head of each. The beasts were sturdy and placid, their broad backs and thick necks speaking to their strength and endurance. They would be the lifeline of the caravan, the engines that would propel them across the vast and uncertain landscape. Around the carts, the ODA team and a handful of refugees who had chosen to accompany them worked in tandem, loading supplies and ensuring everything was secured. There was a camaraderie to their efforts, a sense of shared purpose that transcended language and culture. Just as the last of the gear was being stowed, Elijah finally emerged from the garage. His standard-issue URGI dangled from his chest, the black metal gleaming in the morning sun. In each hand, he carried an ammo can, with another precariously balanced under his arm. He seemed to be struggling under the weight of all his gear, his large medpack and another bulging rucksack adding to his burden. But despite the awkward load, he managed to make his way to the cart, dumping the ammo cans into the back with a clatter. Coleman, looking up from his own task, raised an eyebrow. "So, you went with 5.56, he asked, nodding towards the URGI. "Nah, bring in both." Elijah responded as he started to sort and shift things into place. Bennett, who had just finished securing the last of the ordnance, threw his arms up in frustration. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed, his voice a mix of disbelief and annoyance. "Are you for real? You should have just done that from the start. Jesus Christ." Unperturbed by Bennett's outburst, Elijah shrugged and smacked his rucksack. "Gonna just bring the upper receiver of the RSAR and swap when I need it," he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. An audible smack rang out as Bennett hung his head back and face-bombed. "Unfucking believable," he muttered before shacking his head and grabbing Elijah's garbage, and started to sort it so it was covered by furs or linens. But before Bennett could voice any further complaints, a familiar voice cut through the bustle of preparations. "Hey guys. I'm back." The 3 men turned to see Azaleen hopping off the strange Australian 6x6 long-range patrol vehicle the SASR seemed to like to roll around in. The vehicle was full of soldiers and had come to a stop at the intersection, allowing Azaleen to hop off. Azaleen squeezed past soldiers and carts, making her way toward Elijah, Coleman, and Bennett with a cheeky smile on her face. As she approached, Azaleen put one hand on her hip and threw a satchel over her shoulder with the other. "So, are you all ready to go? It's gonna be a little under half a day's travel to get there." Unable to resist the opportunity to complain further, Bennett rolled his eyes and jabbed a finger in Elijah's direction. "No, we're being held up by this idiot." He waited until the last minute to get all his shit together. Azaleen raised an eyebrow as her gaze shifted to Elijah. "Huh?" But he left the interrogation early to get stuff ready. She responded in a questioning tone. All eyes turned to Elijah, who seemed to be studiously ignoring the accusatory looks being thrown his way. An awkward silence descended, broken only by the sounds of the village and the caravan preparing to depart. Finally, Coleman spoke up with a tone mixed with curiosity and exasperation. "Well, where were you then?" he asked, knowing full well he most likely wasn't going to get an answer. And true to his suspicion, Elijah remained poker-faced as he continued to sorry his luggage and cover it with linens. "Nothin', just took a walk to clear my mind," he replied in a nonchalant voice, but his mind flashed back to the previous night and soft sighs and soft touch of Eileen's warm skin under his hands. Now Coleman had known Elijah long enough to know just how full of shit he was. After having been in the same ODA as the medic for nearly half a decade, Coleman liked to think he knew the medic better than most. He had seen firsthand the kind of shenanigans Elijah could get up to, and he had a pretty good idea of what taking a walk to clear his mind really meant. Alongside being the most cross-trained operator in their Special Forces group, Elijah was also a slippery bastard. The man was a master at disappearing without a trace when it was convenient for him or causing something without a single shred of evidence pointing to him. But Coleman knew better than to trust his glib tongue. Whether it was sneaking a woman onto the base, convincing some poor sap to do his bidding, or just generally causing mischief, Elijah always seemed to find a way to get what he wanted or cause havoc. It was the sole reason why, after so long, he still held only the position of staff sergeant. The brass saw him as too valuable to get rid of, shoving him into training and advisory positions whenever they could, but too much of a nuisance to give any real authority. If there were a word Coleman would use to describe Elijah, it was Machiavellian. He wasn't quite a sociopath, but he sure as hell knew how to manipulate people and situations to his advantage. It was a skill that had served him well in the field, but it could also be a major pain in the ass for those around him. Coleman suppressed a sigh, knowing that calling Elijah out on his bullshit wouldn't do any good. The man would just flash that charming grin of his and find a way to talk his way out of it. Instead, Coleman just shook his head, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Right. A walk. Sure. Elijah, sensing that Coleman wasn't buying his story, just shrugged. What can I say? I like my cardio. Bennett, who had been listening to the exchange with growing irritation, threw his hands up in exasperation. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can we just go? Can we go now? Let's just go. As the conversation unfolded, Azaleen watched with narrowed eyes, her gaze flickering between Elijah and Coleman. She had only known the medic for a couple of weeks, but she was starting to catch on to his ways. There was something about his easy charm, his ability to deflect and redirect, that set off alarm bells in her mind. But before she could ponder further on Elijah's suspicious behavior, the man himself looked up, having finally finished arranging his baggage. His gaze shifted towards the Australian vehicle, where their prisoner sat, hog-tied and chained to the back of the vehicle with an operator pointing a gun at the back of his head. The night captain, or whatever he was bound with a combination of rope, metal handcuffs, and chains, tethered to the vehicle in such a manner that made it nearly impossible for him to leverage his strength. A black burlap sack covered his head, completing the picture of utter helplessness that made Elijah almost feel sorry for him. Almost. Raising his eyebrow in disbelief, Elijah turned to Azaleen. So, are you riding with them, or, do they got this? He asked with his finger flicking towards him and the Australian unit at the intersection. Unable to help the smirk forming on her face, Azaleen looked over towards the man she had subdued the night prior with a hint of pride. Ah, they got it. She threw her hand in their direction in a dismissive manner. They locked him down so tight, he ain't going nowhere. And if he tries anything, his head is gonna splatter with those boomsticks of yours. Right, Elijah furrowed his brow as his eyes shifted between the night captain and Azaleen. To be honest, I can't say I really blame them. Azaleen's smirk widened into a grin. Exactly. Better safe than sorry, right? With that, she hopped into the cart's cab, settling herself in for the journey ahead. Around her, the rest of the otherworldly humans and the refugees made their final preparations, anticipating an eventful journey. Coleman surveyed his surroundings with a discerning eye, making sure his team was ready to set out before clapping his hands loudly. All right, boys. He yelled with a smirk on his face. Let's get this show on the road and usurp some towns. With a creaking groan, the carts began to move as the oxen straining against their harnesses. The Australian vehicle was soon joined by two more as they fell into line behind carriages, slowly keeping pace as its engines gently rumbled. As the caravan lurched forward, the oxen-like creatures settled into a steady pace, and Elijah found himself swaying with the motion of the cart. A few of the surviving male refugees flanked the carts with spears in hand while a handful of women jumped on the tailgates, kicking their feet as they trudged along. After a few minutes, the village gates loomed ahead as the team neared the rest of the caravan idling just in front of it. 5 more carts stretched out before them, each one laden with supplies, and flanked by villagers scurrying to and fro, making last-minute adjustments. Most interesting, however, were the fact that each of the villagers had some sort of weapon. Be it a spear, a sword, or even a bow. Even the women were armed, indicating that these excursions were most of the fraught with some kind of conflict. But, as they fell into line with the other carts, Elijah found himself standing with his hands gripping the rough wood of the cart's edge as he scanned the crowd. His eyes squinted against the glare of the sun, his hand raised to shield his brow, looking for any sign of Sophin, the village head. The man had been a thorn in their side from the beginning, his distrust and suspicion became a constant undercurrent to their interests and operations. As Elijah continued his search, his eyes fell upon the sight of Jayla, Eileen's friend, sitting in the driver's seat of a carriage. An eyebrow shot up as he wondered why she was joining them, but with a shake of his head, Elijah continued to look for the village head. Work came before pleasure, and he needed to see if the man took the bait. Finally, his gaze landed on the man as he continued to argue with his son. A vicious snarl formed on the village head's face as he snapped around and marched towards the lead caravan with his son glaring hateful daggers at his back. A malicious grin spread across Elijah's face when he that Sophin held Gladeheart, the precious bow that had once belonged to his son. Elijah's mind flashed back to the conversation he had with son, pandering to his ego in a way that reinforced his claim over the supposedly legendary weapon. It wasn't hard to convince HTE Boy that the weapon bestowed upon him was rightfully his, and as far as Elijah was concerned, he didn't need to tell a lie. But then his thoughts turned to the few words he gave to the father. Bring the best weapon you can find, because there are Grovemaws lurking about, and you should bring what will guarantee would bring you home. A laugh escaped Elijah's mouth at how easy this all weighs. The bastard must have had his sights on the weapon from the start, and he didn't need to egg the man on any further than giving a justification to take it. The village head had taken the bait and had claimed the bow for himself in a misguided attempt to assert his authority. Just as Elijah was savoring his small victory, the creaking of the village gates drew his attention. The massive wooden doors slowly swung open, revealing the winding road ahead. The caravan began to move forward, the oxen straining against their harnesses as they picked up speed. But before they could fully pass through the gates, a voice called out from the side of the road. Elijah! The medic's head snapped around, his eyes searching for the source of the call. There, standing off to the side, were Afton and Danu, the blacksmith whose daughter the team had rescued. Afton's face was contorted in a furious scowl, his eyes blazing with barely contained anger. Beside him, Danu stood with his arms crossed and an unreadable expression as he indicated that they needed to talk. Urgently. Elijah's mind raced, weighing the potential risks and benefits of engaging with the young man. Afton was a volatile element, his resentment towards his father a powder keg waiting to explode. But he was also a valuable asset, a potential ally in Elijah's machinations. Making a split-second decision, Elijah turned to Coleman. Cover me, he said, his voice low and urgent. In case shit goes wild. Coleman's brow furrowed in confusion. What? What the fuck does that mean? But Elijah didn't elaborate. Trust me, he said simply, before turning to Azaleen and tapping her shoulder. With a jerk of his head, he motioned for her to follow. Azaleen, her curiosity piqued, raised an eyebrow but hopped off the cart without hesitation. Together, they made their way towards Afton and Danu, leaving a grumbling Coleman behind. The team leader, his instincts screaming that something was amiss, barked orders at Bennett and Schwartz. Grab your weapons, he said, his voice tight with tension. Eli's doing some stupid shit. The two operators exchanged a glance but moved to comply, their hands reaching for their rifles while Elijah and Azaleen approached Afton and Danu. The tension in the air was palpable, and Afton's hands were clenched into fists at his sides, his jaw tight with barely suppressed rage. What? What's going on? Elijah asked in a confused and somewhat annoyed voice. We're about to head out. Afton's eyes flashed, his words coming out in a hiss. My father, he spat, the word dripping with venom. You were right. He's taken Gladeheart. He claims it's his right as village head. Elijah's gaze flicked to Danu, gauging the blacksmith's reaction. But the chubby yet muscular man remained silent, keeping his eyes closed, with a look of determination plastered across his face. And what do you want me to do about it? Elijah asked, his tone carefully neutral. Danu, who had been silent until this point, suddenly spoke up. It's not about what you are going to do about it, he said with sadness and resignation in his voice. We just need you to listen. The man has crossed a line he shouldn't have days ago. The blacksmith's words hung in the air, the weight of their implication settling over the group like a shroud. Afton's fury seemed to shift, morphing into something more difficult to define. A mix of vindication and anticipation, tinged with a hint of fear. But Danu turned to Afton, his expression somber. Do you want to tell him, or should I? He asked in a steady tone, despite the gravity of the situation. You can walk away right now, Afton. Have clean hands in this matter. But Afton shook his head as his jaw set with determination. He looked first to Elijah, then to Azaleen, who stood in a protective fashion next to him. The boy's voice became low and quiet as he spoke his next few words. My father, he plans on telling the Imperials about y'all. That y'all are in this village. Almost as if he was dumped with freezing water, a cold and hardened look took hold of Elijah's eyes, sending chills down the spines of both Danu and Afton. Beside the medic, Azaleen tensed, and her eyes narrowed to steely slits as both of their gazes shifted toward the village head, tracking the man's every move. Sofin stood at the head of the caravan, Gladeheart clutched in his hand, unaware of the danger that now lurked in his own village. You understand what this means, right? Elijah asked in the same steady tone, belying its murderous intent. You understand. I can't allow him to do that. Right? The words were heavy with implication, a statement of fact rather than a question. Afton and Danu exchanged a glance, their expressions difficult to read. But after a moment, they both nodded. The gods would damn me for eternity should I turn my backs on my family's benefactors, Danu said, looking down with a pained look on his face as he walked away towards his cart. Afton balled his fist and clenched his jaw as his anger was tempered by a grim sense of purpose. He met Elijah's gaze with tears forming in his eyes as he shakily spoke the next few words. Do what you have to do. Elijah looked towards the village head one more time before his gaze shifted upwards to the top of the gate where hung the rapist of Danu's daughter. Very well. Eli. What the fuck? Coleman blurted out after a long bout of silence. His mind raced, trying to process the new information his medic had just unloaded onto him. We can't just execute some random peasant, Eli. I know there's potential justification, but we're edging really fucking close to war crime territory. A mirthless smile tugged at the corner of Elijah's mouth as their cart slowly rumbled down the dirt road. No, it's not. He said matter-of-factly, causing Bennett, Schwartz, and Coleman to raise an eyebrow. He qualifies for execution without trial or jury on the grounds of espionage and sabotage. The village is technically occupied territory. As the caravan trundled along the dirt road, Coleman found himself grappling with the legal and ethical implications of what Elijah had presented. The medic's words, while technically correct, sat heavy in his gut. I don't know, man. This is a fine line. He responded, knowing on an intellectual level that the waters of unconventional warfare were always muddied. The very nature of their work often required them to venture into morally gray, even morally black, territory in the name of operational security and success. It was a reality they had all been trained for, a scenario they had practiced countless times in exercises like Robin's Sage. The unspoken understanding was that if no one ever found out, it never happened. But putting those methods into practice and making the conscious decision to end a life based on the cold calculus of necessity was something else entirely. But if Coleman was honest with himself, he didn't have the stomach for such pragmatic ruthlessness. The thought of blood on his hands, even in service of the greater good, made his skin crawl. He knew this was the right call, and yet, he was hesitant to allow Elijah to have his way unchecked. While it was an undeniably effective plan, it skirted the very edges of what Coleman considered acceptable. Of what was necessary in war and how to preserve their own humanity. As if sensing his internal conflict, Elijah leaned in close, his voice low and reassuring. Relax, he said, his hand coming to rest on Coleman's shoulder. You don't have to get your hands dirty, don't have to wade through these muddy waters. Coleman looked up, meeting Elijah's gaze. The medic's eyes were calm, almost eerily so, as if he had long since made peace with the moral compromises their work demanded. But, the decision affects more than just me or you, Elijah continued, his words measured and deliberate. And whatever you decide, I'm certain she is going to act with her best interests in mind. The man said, flicking his gaze to Azaleen, who sat in the carriage's cab. The elf woman was leaning back in a lazy fashion as her long elven ears bounced up and down. As if sensing she was being discussed, she glanced their way in a relaxed fashion. As Coleman observed the silent exchange between Elijah and Azaleen, a sense of unease crept over him. It was becoming increasingly apparent that the two had already discussed this scenario and had planned for it in advance. Elijah's gaze locked with Azaleen's as he spoke up. So, it seems the original plan's still on. You think you can take him? Azaleen let out a thoughtful hum, her fingers drumming lightly on the side of the carriage. He has that pesky bow, she mused, her voice carrying a hint of annoyance. And I don't have a shield anymore. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly as she considered the problem. But if I can get the jump on him, close the gap, it shouldn't be an issue. A sigh left Coleman's breath as he listened to their plan to assassinate the village head was merely a tactical inconvenience. Because, of course, they were, and of course it was. It's apparent that the man is a veteran warrior and a mana user to boot, Azaleen continued in a matter-of-fact tone. But, he's middling at best. Certainly no match for me in close quarters. Coleman swallowed hard, his mind reeling. The casual confidence with which Azaleen spoke of ending a life, the way she weighed Sophan's abilities as if he were just another obstacle to be overcome. Or, Elijah spoke up with a voice carrying a note of nonchalance, we could just shoot him in the back instead. We have legal justification, he said, his tone almost bored. Espionage, sabotage, the threat to operational security, and all that jazz. Would be simple and easy. A groan left Coleman's mouth as he put his head into his hand. Jesus, he muttered silently. We can't just execute him in cold blood. That's not what we do. Elijah huffed softly in amusement as a toothy smirk flashed across his face. Isn't this what we do? He challenged his team leader in a casual manner. A look of shock briefly crept across Coleman's face before he let out a loud derisive laugh. It was a bitter and resigned chuckle as he hung his head. The reality of their situation seemed to bore down on him like a physical force. So, that's it then, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Our choices are either to commit premeditated murder ourselves or be complicit in murder and allow a local under our authority to do it for us. Astounding. Truly astounding. In true Elijah fashion, his insufferable smile never wavered as he just shrugged. What did you expect, Cole? Did you think this would be a nice clean, brisk walk? That we'd just waltz in like valiant heroes and save these poor, hapless, malnourished peasants from oppression like in some kind of fairy tale? Coleman's frown deepened as he glared intensely at Elijah from the corner of his eye. The medic's words, while harsh, carried an uncomfortable ring of truth. They weren't here to be heroes. They were here to disrupt their enemy and secure the interests of their nation in a hostile and unfamiliar land. And sometimes, that meant making hard choices. Choices that would haunt them and stain their souls with the blood of the guilty and sometimes the innocent. This village chief was most likely no monster. He was just a man who was doing what he believed was in the best interest of his family and people. Sensing he had struck a nerve, Elijah continued to press. This is our job, he said in a low voice with a hint of disdain. It's messy, it's brutal, and it's often morally gray at best. We're not exactly the good guys or some. Enough, Eli. Coleman growled as his jaw clenched and his hand balled into a fist. He wanted to argue, he wanted to refute Elijah's cynical worldview with every fiber of his being and say that sure, they had a dirty job, but they could still conduct it honorably. But he knew it would fall on deaf ears. Elijah was, in every sense of the word, a wolf. On the surface, Elijah was all charm and wit, his easy smile and quick tongue endearing him to those around him. He had a way of making everyone laugh and feel like they were the center of his world, as if their thoughts and feelings truly mattered. But beneath that veneer of warmth and humor, there was a coldness. A calculating ruthlessness that allowed him to get his hands dirty and clinically make the hard choices without even batting an eye. It was a duality that Coleman had always struggled to reconcile. Coleman heaved a heavy sigh, the weight of the decision bearing down on him like a physical force. He glanced at the other two teammates riding in the carriage, seeking their input and perspective. Bennett and Schwartz, who had been silent throughout the exchange, seemed to be grappling with their own thoughts. They looked off into the distance with pensive and troubled expressions. What do you think? Coleman asked, his voice heavy with the burden of command. About all of this? Schwartz was the first to respond in a low and measured voice. It's a tough call, boss, he said, his gaze still fixed on some distant point. But I think Eli's right. This is the nature of the beast. He continued while turning to face Coleman. We've all got blood on our hands, one way or another. It's just a question of how much and for what purpose. As all eyes turned to Bennett, but the engineer simply shrugged in response. Look, no one likes it, he replied nonchalantly, despite the weight of the topic. But what other choice do we have? The local is just going to gut him anyway, right? He gestured towards Azaleen, who was staring at them with detached interest. What happens if we stop her? He rats us out, we bug out, and they burn the village in retaliation? Bennett continued as his words took on a pragmatic edge. One body isn't going to make a difference if you ask me. Coleman sighed, running a hand over his face. He knew Bennett was right, knew that in the grand scheme of things, one life weighed against the success of their mission and the safety of the village was a small price to pay. But it didn't make the decision any easier to bear. He looked at Elijah, at the calculating gleam in the medic's eye. "You're sure there's no other way? No angle we haven't considered?" Elijah laughed as he shook his head. "Bro hates us," he answered as he pointed towards the head of the convoy. Guy went out of his way to irreparably damage his relationship with his son to head a convoy he could have delegated to anyone else in order to rat us out. "At your instigation," Coleman hissed, but Elijah just shrugged, with a cheeky smile spread across his face. Closing his eyes and sucking in a deep breath, Coleman remained quiet as grim resolution washed over him. "Fine," he relented and knocked on the wall of the cart. "But, make it clean, make it quick, and make it quiet. I don't want any blowback from this bullshit." A sadistic glint flashed in Elijah's eyes as he clapped his hands together and turned to Azaleen as he switched to a language she could understand. "Game's on, but we gotta make it clean." He spoke to the woman in an excited and light-hearted tone that belied the grim work they were going to undertake. Azaleen tapped her chin thoughtfully as a soft hum escaped her lips. A multitude of options started to race through her mind, and each scenario seemed just as valid as the other. She was intimately familiar with this route, having traversed it countless times as a freelancer on both legitimate and less-than-legal jobs. "Well, I'm pretty familiar with this area," she mused while her hand shot up to scratch behind her long ear. "The Empire usually patrols this area pretty heavily since it's known to be a haven for highwaymen, kobold raiders, and scavengers looking for an easy mark." The others looked at each other as she paused. They knew that whatever plan Azaleen was formulating, it would be cunning and ruthlessly efficient. "We have options," Azaleen continued, her fingers drumming lightly on her thigh. "Your little war against them had kicked everything into a fuss," she said with her finger now twirling a lock of hair. "For instance, with the decline in security, we could scout ahead, find a checkpoint or a known scavenger den, and make the village head accompany us under the guise of ensuring the caravan's safety." Elijah nodded, catching on to her train of thought. "And then we do him in, making it look like the work of bandits or monsters." Azaleen showed a predatory smile. "Exactly. No one would question it, not out here. The roads are dangerous, people are desperate, and accidents happen all the time." Coleman's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in his cheek. He didn't like it, the casual discussion of cold-blooded murder. But his mind flashed back to an earlier statement Elijah had made. They were in the wildlands now. As their assassination plot started to slowly come together, the conspirators drifted off to entertain themselves as the convoy maintained its steady but agonizingly slow pace. The Australian SASR, riding in their long-range patrol vehicles, LRPVs, and the rest of the ODA in their ground mobility vehicles, GMVs, almost regretted bringing their vehicles as they crawled at a snail's pace. Their gas-guzzling engines became a constant hum against the countryside backdrop, while drones whirred and buzzed above them to scout ahead. The operators worked in shifts watching the feeds as the camera and sensor feeds swept across the landscape for any signs of trouble. But as they traveled, the earthbound humans couldn't help but be struck by the beauty and strangeness of the land around them. One would think that such wide-open plains that stretched out before them would be the same as their homeland. However, that assumption couldn't be further from the truth. Even the sea of gently swaying grasses and wildflowers that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight had some kind of magical, alien twist to it. Whether it be some kind of strange and wondrous fauna or bioluminescent foliage, the surreal alien nature could be seen everywhere. Herds of what looked like deer, with bodies seeming to be made of living bark, grazed peacefully in the distance. Their antlers were not the typical bone and velvet but rather intricately woven branches that seemed to pulse with a soft, inner light. As one of these majestic creatures raised its head, the otherworlders caught a glimpse of its eyes, deep, soulful pools that seemed to hold a strange power. For a moment, it was as if the creature was looking directly at them, acknowledging their presence in its domain. Other beasts that dotted the landscape were equally fantastical. A flock of enormous birds with wings shimmering with iridescent colors, spanning at least a dozen feet across, took flight as the convoy passed. They flew in a perfectly synchronized formation that shifted and changed like a kaleidoscope in the sky. In the distance, a herd of what appeared to be wild boars grazed. But as the operators focused their binoculars, they realized these were no ordinary swine. Their coats were a deep, hellish red, and had tusks that seemed to glow red-hot as they stabbed into the ground, singing the grass and dirt with each jab. "I wonder if they taste good." Bennett suddenly spoke up about the otherworldly boars that caught everyone off guard. They had been so engrossed in the strange beauty of the landscape that the idea of actually interacting with it, let alone eating it, seemed almost sacrilegious. "Dude, the whiplash," Schwartz said, shaking his head in disbelief. "I like how we went from conspiring an assassination plot to a fucking barbecue. Hey, a man's gotta eat, alright. And those pigs look like they'd make some damn fine bacon." Bennett shrugged, a sheepish grin on his face. "Hell, they might even come pre-roasted." A few chuckles broke out amongst the group, but their eyes eventually were drawn to Azaleen for an answer. The woman was riding in the back of the cart, peering over Yana's tiny shoulder, staring at the small laptop Elijah had set up to entertain the little fairy in case of extended periods of boredom. She seemed completely oblivious to everything around her as she lay on her stomach with her head propped up on her hands and her legs kicking lazily in the air. Azaleen, on the other hand, had finally noticed that everyone's attention was once again focused on her. She split her attention between the curious display and the men who were now staring at her for an answer. The elf's head snapped back and forth with an expression that said she was both confused as to what they wanted and annoyed at the fact they wanted something from her. "What?" she said, her voice sharp. "Why are all of you staring at me?" The men raised their eyebrows in disbelief as they stared at her incredulously. Before even coming here, they knew that modern media would probably have a rather potent effect, but seeing it in action was something else entirely. Unable to contain himself, Bennett chose to speak up. "Sorry to interrupt your episode of Power Rangers, but dash." However, he was suddenly cut off by Yana, who jumped to her feet and punched the air with her tiny fists. "Yeah. Get him, Red. Get him," she cheered enthusiastically. Snapping her head back to the screen, a gasp escaped Azaleen's lips as her eyes widened, and an O of excitement formed on her face. In this part of the episode, the Red Ranger flew through the air, executing a perfect flying kick that sent the monster tumbling away. The men watched in stunned silence while jaws went slack with disbelief. Here they were, in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, plotting small-scale regime change and bacon, and their two most crucial allies were utterly absorbed in a children's television show. Bennett, his patience wearing thin, clapped his hands loudly. "Hey! Hey, pay attention," he called out, his voice sharp with frustration. Azaleen spun around, a snarl twisting her delicate features. "What? What do you want?" she snapped, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Elijah couldn't help but quietly let out a strange laugh before looking up. Can we eat those burning boar things?" he asked as he jerked his finger over at the creatures in the distance. The elf's head snapped towards Elijah, her eyes narrowing. "Sure," she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm and irritation. "If you want to shit fire and burn a hole through your guts in the process." Without waiting for a response, Azaleen turned back to her show, her attention once again consumed by the colorful antics on the screen. A sigh left Elijah's mouth as he brought his hand up and started rubbing his face in a soothing manner. He could feel a headache starting to take hold as a dull throbbing sensation seemed to take hold with the absurdity of the situation. But before they could fully process this new information, their headsets crackled to life. "Baron Actual, this is Warlock," came the voice of the SASR contingent leader. "We've got eyes on a concentration of armed personnel 5 clicks up the road." "Hold one." Elijah and Coleman exchanged a loaded glance, and a creeping smile spread across the medic's face. "Showtime," a low and grim sort of eagerness left Elijah's mouth. A deep-seated frown graced Sophin's face as he looked around the plane to see the sight of otherworldly foreigners and their abominable contraptions surrounding him. They set themselves up in a defensive position around the caravan itself. However, what upset him was that the otherworlder his son kept harking on about was standing before him, shoving some fanciful magical tool to his face. From his position on the cart, Sophin squinted his and lowered his head to get a better look at what this infernal man wanted to show him as a barely contained look of disdain spread across his face. Sophin leaned in further, squinting at the small screen, trying to make out the colorful shapes as he begrudgingly cooperated. For a moment, his usual dislike for the otherworldly humans was replaced by a flicker of worry. The device showed an aerial view of a group of armed men wearing equipment and carrying themselves in a manner that marked them as something more than simple bandits. However, there was something about a small contingent of them that set the alarm bells off in his head to scream in full force. "Recognize any of them?" Elijah asked, his voice casual, but his gaze intense. "Freelancers," Sophin groaned in a tight voice. "I see a few of them, mixed in with them bandits." Elijah nodded as if this confirmed a suspicion. And the bandits, they're not your usual desperate lot, are they? Sofin shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the screen. No. These ones are well-equipped and organized. The sort that usually looks to take richer folk ransom. Azaleen struggled to hold her poker face and not let out an amused huff. Before they made their way up here, she had informed Elijah and the other humans about who they were up against. These were no mere highwaymen but professional thugs in the employ of a merchant named Master Simul. Simul was known for using these men to harass rivals and to clear the area for his smuggling operations, ensuring that his illicit goods could move unimpeded. As a matter of fact, she even knew who these freelancers were after recognizing one of them. Among the rabble was a man she had frequently worked with in the past, clearing the forests of monsters and paying off patrols for smugglers bringing in contraband from the goblin cities. He was one of Einar's lackeys, a backstabbing piece of shit who ran that team that killed her teammates and failed to kill her. Einar himself was a conniving and treacherous piece of shit. It seemed he was the one who plotted to take Azaleen out, viewing her as a threat to his operations, seeing that she worked for someone whose position he was gunning for, the bastard. Would they bother with a peasant caravan like ours? Elijah raised an eyebrow and asked Sofin. Sofin hesitated, his brow furrowed. Hard to say, he replied, scratching his rough patch. We usually won't be worth the time, but they might be desperate or think we carry something valuable. Especially with you lot slinking about. Elijah let out an exhausted sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. So we run into conflict no matter what, he exhaled, throwing his arms up and letting them slap his side. Fuck, so now what? Looking to Azaleen, he was greeted with a noncommittal shrug. A moment of silence passed as Elijah looked around at his teams and the saucer's vehicles idling around them. The low rumble of engines echoed in the air as he pretended to contemplate on what to do next. After noticing Sofin seemed a little more uncomfortable about the prospects of the unknown, Elijah decided to capitalize on the opportunity to steer the situation in a more favorable direction. What if, he began, his voice casual but with an undercurrent of suggestion, we went and talked to these highwaymen? Maybe I can see if they'll agree to give us safe passage? The village head's eyebrows shot up as surprise and skepticism warred on his face. Talk to them? Are you mad? No. Hear me out. Elijah raised his hand, indicating he had more to the plan. I have some shiny shit I repurposed from this night here. Elijah motioned to the immobilized knight captain chained to the LRPV. Maybe we can convince them we're not a threat and let us pass without incident. After all, we have no quarrel with them, and everyone likes money. Sofin frowned deeply when he looked towards the knight captain, clearly offended by the idea. The thought of negotiating with bandits, the scum of the road with the spoils of a loyal imperial, went against every instinct and moral he held dear. But as he looked at the aerial image again, at the number of armed men and the presence of the freelancers, he knew he couldn't disagree. They were outnumbered and outmatched, and if it came to a fight, there would be casualties. More death, more blood on his hands. And if they don't agree, he asked with tension tight in his voice. If they decide to attack anyway? Elijah's smile took on a harder edge, a glint of steel in his eyes. Then we take them out. Right, then and there. There was no hesitation in his voice, no doubt. It was a statement of fact, a promise of violence if the situation demanded it. A chill ran down Sofin's spine as he swallowed hard. Once again, he was reminded of these otherworlders' ruthless practicality. They were not men to be trifled with, not opponents to be underestimated. He needed to get to the Seraphic garrison and warn them of these monsters before they dug themselves in too deep. And if that meant sacrificing some of his morals to do so, then so be it. Furrowing his brows in thought, Sofin looked between Elijah and Azaleen. So, he said, his voice slipping into a thicker, more pronounced hick accent, what are ye plannin'? Go out there by yourselves? Another moment passed as Elijah pretended to work through the possibilities. Then, with a glance at Sofin, he spoke. Actually, it might go a long way in convincing them to let us pass without incident if you came with us as an official representative of your village. Sofin's eyebrows shot up, surprise and unease flickering across his face. But before he could voice his objections, Elijah continued. We'll act as foreign traveling mercenary or freelancer escorts you hired to help ward away the dangers of the road. The Grimoires and the, He looked to Azaleen, making a flapping motion with his hand and pointing to the sky, searching for the right term. Rot wings, Azaleen supplied in a matter-of-fact tone. Elijah nodded, turning back to Sophin. Grimoires and rot wings. He snapped his fingers and pointed at Sophin. We're your hired muscle, here to ensure safe passage for your people and your goods. Obviously uncomfortable with the idea of aligning himself with what he considered the enemy, Sophin's mouth twisted. Even in pretense, this fact clearly grated against his sensibilities. But as he looked out over the caravan, at the faces of his people, innocent and unwitting, he knew he had little choice. All right, he said at last, the word heavy with resignation. We'll play it your way. But I'll be watching ye, every step of the way. No funny business, any sign of sellin' us out. He let the implication hang in the air, a reminder of the fragile nature of their alliance. With a smile that never wavered, Elijah tilted his head in confusion and furrowed his brows. I don't see why, he looked at Azaleen with a puzzled look on his face. We'd do that, seeing as we're trying to get to the same destination, but I have no intentions of hurting your people. He responded. Azaleen, who had been quietly observing the exchange, interjected. If we're going to do this, we need to do it soon. Her voice was calm, but carried a note of urgency. The longer we linger, the more chance we give them to spot us and make the first move. Sophin nodded in agreement, with a grim expression. He understood the tactical disadvantage of hesitation and the risk of allowing the enemy to seize the initiative. Aye, let's be done with this. Seeing the consensus, Elijah slapped Azaleen's shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie and readiness. I'm gonna head over to the Australians, let them know what's going down. He turned to Sophin, giving him a nod. Be ready in 5 minutes. Without waiting for a response, Elijah strode over to the LRPV, where Ian sat, his rifle resting on a chair, the barrel pointed directly at the back of their prisoner's head. Still bound and hooded, the night captain sat motionless, a picture of defeated resignation. As Elijah approached, Ian looked up, his face a mask of professional detachment. What's the word, mate? He asked, his voice low and steady. The dickhead by it? We're all green, Elijah replied, folding his arms on top of the rear of the vehicle and leaning against it to rest. Conditions are going. We're good to proceed. He then nodded to the night captain. We're also going to cut this shitter loose and at the same time, jerked his thumb over his shoulder, indicating Sophin. Aze and I are gonna dispose of this guy. An eyebrow on Ian's raised slightly at the development, and they're getting rid of the village head right now. However, he didn't question it and didn't ask for justification or explanation. He knew they were getting rid of the bastard due to how squirrely he'd been, but it was surprising. But he couldn't help but smirk at how clever it was as well. Using the pretext of a bandit negotiations gone wrong, to get rid of a thorn in your side. Roger that, he said as the barrel of his rifle remained trained on their prisoner's head. And the bandits? Or whatever the cunts are? A glint of anticipation in his eyes as Elijah's grin took on a feral edge. Smoke 'em, he said, his voice a low growl. Soon as we get Sofa, or whatever the fuck his name is, just waste the fucks, except the dickhead with the big axe. Ian nodded in satisfaction. With pleasure, he said, his finger caressing the trigger guard. Well played, Yanks. Elijah clapped his hands together in silent acknowledgement that they were on the same page. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away with Azaleen where Sophin was still starting to get ready. As he approached, he could see the tension in his postures, the coiled readiness of a herbivore about to take flight. Azaleen, on the other hand, had her hand resting on the hilt of her blade as she met Sophin's gaze with a nod. Let's do this, Elijah said in a low rumble. Stay sharp, stay alert. And don't let anyone sweet talk you get you in the back. Sophin snorted, his eyes narrowing at Elijah's warning. As if I'd be foolish enough to let a bandit take my rear, he scoffed, his pride bristling at the implication. I've dealt with their kind before, boy. I know their tricks. A small, amused smile spread across Elijah's face as he turned and gestured towards the waiting vehicles. Then let's not keep them waiting, he said, his tone light but with an undercurrent of steel. It took a matter of minutes for the vehicles to navigate the rough terrain, their engines growling as they ate up the distance to the designated staging area. The clearing, chosen for its strategic position and clear lines of sight, was the perfect spot to set their plan in motion. As the LRPV carrying the prisoner rolled to a stop, Azaleen was already in motion. With deft, practiced movements, she unchained the night captain, her eyes never leaving his face. Listen carefully, she said, her voice low and dangerous. If you try anything stupid, I'll gut you like a fish. The man groaned, his one good eye blinking against the sudden light as Azaleen removed the sack from his head. His other eye, swollen shut from her earlier ministrations, gave him a lopsided, almost comical appearance. But there was nothing funny about the situation. As Azaleen bound his hands tightly with rope, the knight captain could feel the eyes of the otherworldly operators on him, their gazes hard and unforgiving. These men, Azaleen continued, jerking her head towards the operators, they have boomsticks. You saw what those boomsticks can do. So don't fuck with them, or they'll end you. The knight captain swallowed hard, the memory of the otherworlders' devastating weapons still fresh in his mind. He knew, with a sinking certainty, that any attempt to escape would be met with swift and lethal force. As Azaleen finished her work and trotted after the men in the distance, the other vehicle was already moving out, seeking a better position to provide support if needed. Sofin, flanked by 4 of the otherworldly humans, began to march towards the location of the bandits while putting on an air of relative importance albeit subdued. Elijah had snagged a ballistic shield from the Australians as he took point and marched out in the open field. His eyes scanned the tree line in search for any sign of movement. Any hint of people hiding and waiting to ambush them. However, as far as he could tell, no soul was in those trees, which was confirmed by the drone lingering above. Azaleen trotted to catch up, drawing her weapon and getting ready as the tension in the air started to grow. The weight of the impending confrontation was bearing down on them all. But beneath it, there was a sense of anticipation, an excitement to finally put their plans into action. As they approached the bandits' position, Elijah's mind was already racing, calculating angles and lines of fire. He knew that the success of their mission, the safety of the caravan, and their own lives depended on the next few moments. And as the first signs of the bandits came into view, as the sound of rough laughter and clinking metal reached their ears, he knew he was past the point of no return. It was all or nothing. The well-equipped bandits, 15 in number, slinked towards the approaching village leader and the otherworlders, their movements confident and professional. They held their weapons with a casual ease, a clear indication of their competence and experience. Their laughter and cackling filled the air, a sound that spoke of a cruel amusement, a sense that they viewed their uninvited guests as little more than fools walking willingly into a trap. They moved with a predatory grace, like wolves circling their prey. And as they drew closer, Elijah's gaze was drawn to the man at their head. The one man Azaleen had pointed out earlier as Einar's goon, and he was a rough-looking character. With a face scarred by battle and eyes that gleamed with a cold, he sauntered over with a confidence that suggested he already won the battle. The man-bandit leader's posture radiated confidence as he spoke. Well, he drawled in a mocking voice. What do we have here? A bunch of lost little lambs wandering into the lion's den? A chorus of harsh and grating chuckles left his men's mouths as they spread out to confront Sofin and the otherworlders. Even though they eyed these strangers with a wary gaze, they still held her weapons lazily. If their leader didn't quite take them seriously, then why should they as well? However, despite his confidence, the bandit leader's gaze swept over the group, taking in their humble attire but unfamiliar weapons. There was a flicker of suspicion. A flash of doubt as his eyes went to the black or tan rods in their hands and then to their equally strange carriage. Shaking his head, his attention then shifted to Sofin as a sneer, twisting his lips. And you, old man. What's your game? You think you can just waltz into our territory with a bunch of foreign dogs at your heels? What do you want? He spat on the ground in contempt. Either lost your mind, or you've come to pay tribute. And judging by the look of you, I'm guessing it's the latter. Sofin bristled, his pride stung by the man's words, but before he could respond, Elijah stepped forward with his rifle dangling casually from his chest. We're not here to pay tribute, he said in a calm and even voice. Snapping his head to the side, Sofin looked at Elijah with a shocked expression. Their entire goal here was to pay tribute so they could pass through peacefully and only move towards aggression if it was absolutely necessary. But the otherworlder immediately went to hostilities. Seemingly unfazed by the village head's look, Elijah pressed on with a nonchalant attitude. You're Einar's boy, right? He asked in a casual yet probing tone. The leader frowned as his grip tightened around the shaft of his axe. I dunno what you talkin' about, boy, he growled while shifting into a more ready stance and narrowing his eyes dangerously. A huff of amusement left Elijah's mouth as he looked the leader up and down, but his gaze shifted to the bandits lingering in the rear. And you lot work for Simol? The demand hung in the air as the bandits exchanged worried glances. A mix of confusion and anger grew on their faces as they drew their weapons. "What's it to ya, foreigner?" one of them spat, echoing their leader's dangerous edge. Got business with the man." Elijah shrugged and slapped his side pouch, which caused an audible jingle to echo. "I owe him some money, and I'd like to get this debt out of the way." Forgive us, but Simon is currently indisposed at the moment." An evil cackle left the mouth of a more dense bandit, hinting at some sinister meaning behind his words. "But we'd gladly take it off your hands." An oof echoed out from the one who made the ominous statement as his comrade jabbed him in the side, especially Wayne noticed something out of the corner of their eye starting to approach. Flanking them from the side was a strange rectangular cart moving upon its own power just barely 100 meters away. The thing came to a stop, and the top of it buzzed with activity, with people dismounting and pointing strange black objects in their direction. The vehicle's presence seemed to unsettle them as their eyes shifted nervously. "What the fuck is that?" one of them muttered, with his grip tightening around his weapon. Elijah shrugged in a nonchalant manner, not even bothering to acknowledge the Austrian LRPV's presence. "Don't worry about it. Focus on us right now. I'm asking you a question," he said, snapping his fingers to refocus their attention on him. The casual dismissal seemed to anger the bandits further as their postures grew even more aggressive. The leader stepped forward with his face twisted into a snarl. "Don't worry about it. The fuck you mean?" he snarled as his eyes shifted back and forth. "That thing comes any closer, and I swears to the gods I'll cut you down where you stand." "What happened to Simon?" Elijah pressed in an infuriatingly calm voice, ignoring the threat. "Why'd you try to kill Azaleen?" At the mention of Azaleen's name, the leader's gaze snapped to Elijah as his eyes widened in recognition and sudden unease. But before he could respond, a new voice cut through the tension. "Hey there, Tomos!" Azaleen called out, emerging from behind Elijah after finally being able to catch up. The woman waved her hand joyfully as a bright smile spread across her face. "Long time no see." Tomos, the leader of this band of freelancers and bandits, stared at Azaleen in utter disbelief. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. He seemed to be frozen where he stood as his mind struggled to process the sudden appearance of a woman he thought was long dead. But Azaleen wasn't done. In a fluid motion, she drew her sword with the blade gleaming in the sunlight. And before anyone could react, she plunged it into Sofin's chest, the razor-sharp edge slicing through flesh and bone with sickening ease. Sofin's eyes widened as a gasp of shock and pain escaped his lips. Gladeheart tumbled to the floor as the village leader staggered back, his hands clutching at the gushing wound and blood pouring between his fingers. Then, before anyone else could react, an unholy barrage of unending snaps and cracks erupted as every weapon on the LRPV opened fire and made its presence known by gunning down the mass of bandits behind Tomos. Elijah turned his head and made eye contact with Azaleen as screams and yelps erupted from where the bandits stood. "He's all yours, have fun." The man gestured towards Tomos and handed her a ballistic shield. A cold and ruthless smile spread across Azaleen's face. "Now then," she growled in a sadistic voice as she marched towards her shocked prey. "Let's talk about that passage fee, shall we?" Pain throbbed throughout Shaw's face as he sat in misery. If he were honest, however, his entire body had been sore after being basically tied down in a way that made it impossible for him to move with every material imaginable. It had appeared his last attempt to break free and control the situation had soured his captor's moods enough to ensure such a thing wasn't possible again. Not that he'd ever bothered to try again after the beating he'd received. But to his surprise, off came the metal binding, and off came the hood and in its place were simple ropes and the open fresh air. Sure, the coarse fibers bit into his wrists and chafed his skin with every small movement. But the discomfort of his bonds was a welcomed relief even though agony consumed his face. His nose was a mangled mess after being shattered by that infernal woman's brutal strike. Breathing through it had become an impossibility as each attempt sent shards of pain lancing through his skull. Instead, he was forced to take ragged, open-mouthed breaths with the air whistling past his cracked lips. And his eye. Gods, his eye. The damned thing was swollen shut, and the flesh around it puffed out to grotesque proportions. It felt like he had a second head growing from his face. A head that throbbed and pulsated with pain and pressure. Through his one good eye, Shaw peered around, trying to take stock of his surroundings. The two strange warriors who had been left to guard him stood nearby, their postures relaxed but alert, holding their menacing weapons with a casual competence. One of them, his eyes hidden behind strange, reflective lenses, turned his head in a slow and methodical manner as he scanned the perimeter. But even as he surveyed the area, Shaw could feel the man's attention on him. It was as if there was a palpable weight that never fully lifted, no matter where the man turned his head. On the other hand, the other soldier kept his gaze fixed on Shaw. His expression was not of malice, cruelty, or gloating, just a cool and menacing detachment. It was the look of a man who had a job to do and would see it done. Shaw shifted, trying to find a more comfortable position. But every movement sent fresh waves of pain crashing through his battered body. He wanted to weep, to rage, to curse the fates that had brought him to this low point, but he didn't. He couldn't. He was a knight captain of an imperial count and stubbornly held on to the last shreds of pride he had earned through his trail to get there. Even though he was reduced to a beaten, broken prisoner in the hands of foreign devils, his accomplishments kept his tears at bay and kept his tongue still. As Shaw sat there, wallowing in his own misery, his gaze drifted to the ropes tethering his hands this abominable vehicle. The coarse fibers dug deep into his skin, but for some reason, it wasn't as thick or tight as last time. But as he thought about this oversight, he couldn't help but think back to the other night when he had summoned the strength to snap his bonds. The fact that they thought that simple ropes could keep him still seemed laughable at best. It was a trivial matter when it came to mana users like him. A surge of hope, of defiance, welled up within him. He could do it again. He could break free and make a run for it. Maybe, just maybe, he could escape this nightmare, find his way back home, and disappear like he planned. His muscles tensed, and his mana started to flow as he prepared to make his move. But just as he was about to act, he felt the weight of his captor's gazes settle upon him once more. Looking up, Shaw met their cold eyes that spoke of years of bloodshed, and at that moment, he felt his resolve crumble, his defiance wither and die. Their stares were piercing, unnervingly so. It was as if they could see right through him, could read his every thought and intention like an open book. There was a coldness there, a merciless pragmatism that told him, in no uncertain terms, that they would end him for even the most trivial of things. Slowly and reluctantly, Shaw let the tension drain from his body. He sagged back, allowing the fight to flow out of him like air from a punctured bladder. A heavy sigh left his mouth, but just as he was about to sink and stew in self-pity, a cacophonous series of cracks rang out in the distance. It was the sound that ingrained itself into Shaw's memory from when his convoy was ambushed. As the rapid-fire staccato echoed out like a hive of angry bees, the two soldiers guarding him exchanged a quiet and knowing look. With a nod, they slinked off into the tree line, moving with a predatory grace that belied their bulky frames and heavy equipment. Shaw watched them go, a mix of confusion and morbid curiosity churning in his gut. He had no idea what was happening or what fresh hell was being unleashed, but all that Shaw knew was he was now alone. With a quick glance around, Shaw waited for his captors to return, but as seconds ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity, nothing happened. And then, cutting through the unnatural stillness, came the unmistakable sound of steel clashing against steel. It was a noise Shaw knew all too well, the ringing clang of weapons meeting in the heat of battle. His heart began to race and adrenaline started to pump through his veins. A fight? No. A duel. But between whom? His captors and some unknown foe? Shaw's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the gravity of his situation. He was alone, unguarded, with the sounds of battle raging in the distance. He found himself with a golden opportunity, a chance at freedom that he couldn't afford to waste. With another furtive glance around, Shaw sucked in a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to do. He gathered his energy and his mana and focused it on his body, enhancing every aspect of himself. He could feel the power flowing through him, hardening his flesh and amplifying his strength. And then, with a mighty flex and a guttural roar, Shaw strained against his bonds. The thick and sturdy rope stretched taut as their fibers creaked under the immense pressure. For a moment, it seemed as if they would hold and Shaw's efforts would be in vain, but then, with a sudden, sharp snap, the ropes gave way. They tore apart like tissue paper, shredded by the sheer force of Shaw's mana-enhanced might. The cool morning air rushed over his newly freed skin, a sensation that was both invigorating and terrifying. As his body tensed, Shaw shut his eyes in anticipation of a blow, a shout of alarm, or a terrifying crack of otherworldly weaponry. He sat there listening to anything to indicate that his captors had witnessed his escape attempt. But there was nothing. No angry yell, no explosions of those strange, thunderous weapons. Just the distant sounds of battle and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. He was free. Against all odds, he had broken his bonds and created an opportunity for himself. But he knew it wouldn't last. His captors would return to discover his absence, and when they did, there would be hell to pay. So without a second thought, Shaw sprang to his feet and darted into the forest. His steps were fueled by a primal urge to survive as they carried him in the opposite direction of the sounds of clashing steel. The man ran as fast and as far as he could as branches whipped his face and roots snared his feet. But he was alive. He was free. And he'll have his revenge on Ira and that damned dark elf. Just as Azaleen snatched the strange shield from Elijah's hands, she burst forward in a surge of violence before anyone could even blink an eye. The distance between her and Tomos closed in an instant as she thrust her sword, still dripping with Sophan's blood, at the neck of her former colleague. With a vicious smile on her face as she thrust her sword, still dripping with Sophan's blood at the back of her former colleague. As Azaleen's blade flashed towards his throat, Tomos's instincts kicked in. With a speed born of desperation, he lunged to the side as the razor-sharp edge missed his neck by mere inches. In the same fluid motion, he brought his massive two-handed axe around in a vicious horizontal cleave, sending the heavy blade whistling through the air. However, Azaleen's reflexes were honed by countless decades of battle as a shield maiden, and reacted instantly. Her blade instantly whipped out in response and caught the metal shaft of Tomos' axe with a deafening and thunderous clang. Sparks flew everywhere as painful reverberations shot up the bandit's arms as he stumbled backward from the violent blow. As the thunderous clang of the clashing weapons echoed through the air, Azaleen was already in motion, not looking to give her opponent a moment to gain his bearing. With a speed that defied belief, she bolted forward with the strange, otherworldly shield leading the way. Still reeling from the jarring impact of his axe against Azaleen's blade, Tomos barely had time to register the movement before the shield slammed into his chest with the force of a battering ram. The ballistic shield, enhanced by Azaleen's mana, absorbed the impact and transferred it directly into Tomos's body, sending him tumbling backward like a rag doll. The breath was driven from his lungs by the sheer force of the blow as he hit the ground hard and skidded along the grass. His axe jarred loose from his grip and clattered to the earth beside him while the sound of ringing echoed in his head. Tomos lay there for a few moments, stunned and gasping as his mind struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The speed, the power behind Azaleen's attack, it was unreal. In the span of a heartbeat, she had disarmed the man and laid him low as if he were a mere novice. As he struggled to rise, Tomos saw Azaleen leisurely approaching like a little girl going to play. She was in no hurry, he realized. She knew she had him beaten, knew that he was no longer a threat. A cruel ambition spread across her face as she approached, like a predator toying with its prey. But before she reached him, she veered off towards his fallen axe with her head tilting to the side as she regarded him with a look of mock concern. "Ah, are you okay?" she cooed with a voice dripping with false sweetness. "Did I scare you?" A chill ran down Tomos' spine as a surge of primal fear screamed in his head like a horn, overpowering the rage and humiliation he felt at her taunting words. He wanted to snarl, to curse, to lash out with all the fury and hatred that boiled within him. But he couldn't. His body wouldn't obey, and he could only shake. The sound of light, girlish giggles left Azaleen's mouth as she stood there. It was a sound utterly at odds with the vicious gleam in her eyes. "Did you think just because I have a pretty face, I was going to be an easy kill?" she asked, her tone one of mock curiosity. "How cute." She placed her foot under Tomos's axe, flipping it towards him with a casual kick. The heavy weapon skidded across the ground, coming to rest just inches from his hand. "Pick it up," Azaleen said with her voice still retaining its sweet tone. Tomos stared at the axe, before turning his gaze toward Azaleen. A cold realization dawned on him. His boss, Einar, had warned him about this woman. His boss had told Tomos that he needed to gut her first, before she even knew what was going on. But Tomos, in his arrogance, had dismissed the warning. Tomos was a mana user, nearly unparalleled amongst the boys, and he had thought himself invincible. Now all he could do was lay there in the dirt as every part of his body ached from Azaleen's brutal assault. She was beyond him, beyond anything he had ever faced. A monster in the guise of a woman. and as the said woman approached, Tomos felt a surge of panic. Forgetting his pride forgotten in the face of his mounting terror, he started to crawl away. But Azaline's smile, once cruel and taunting, turned into a frown of disdain at his display of such cowardice. Here was the man who boasted and preened about his strength and skill, wallowing in the dirt like some fledgling freelancer on his first job. A man who had stabbed her in the back and murdered her friends, and now he dared to scramble away like some maiden before a thug. With a swift motion, she kicked the axe towards him again, the heavy blade skidding and bouncing off his desperately scrambling form. I said. Azaline's voice was slow, each word enunciated with a cruel, commanding clarity. Pick it up. There was no sweetness now, no mock concern. Only a cold, implacable demand that was backed by the promise of pain beyond imagining. Tomos froze as his body trembled uncontrollably. He knew he was going to die here, knew that Azaline would not let him leave this place alive. So with shaking hands, he reached out and closed his fingers around the haft of his axe, before unsteadily pushing himself to his feet. On the other hand, a joyful smile spread across Azaline's face. Her eyes sparkled with a dark delight like a child gleefully receiving a new plaything. Very good, she exclaimed, her voice a jarring mix of sweet praise and mocking cruelty. Very good, Tomos. I knew you had some fight left in you. It would have been so disappointing if you had just given up. Gracefully, Azaline began to circle her prey, with her blade held loosely at her side. Do you remember, Tomos, Azaline said, her tone conversational, as if they were merely two friends reminiscing about old times, the last job we did together? The merchant caravan, the one with the silk and spices? Tomos said nothing as his jaw clenched tight, and his breath came in short and painfully. But in his eyes, a flicker of memory, of recognition, was present. Azaline's smile widened. You were so proud of yourself, so boastful of your skills. You claimed you could take on a dozen men single-handedly. Her blade bounced up and down playfully against her shoulder, before she flicked a sultry look his way and winked. And you said the next job you were going to be on my belly. A cruel, mocking chuckle left her mouth as she looked at him with hungry eyes. I wonder, do you still believe that? Azaline bit her lip as she fluttered her eyelashes. Is that why your little boy killed my friends first and tried to take me alive? With a desperate and furious roar, Tomos lunged forward, putting every ounce of his remaining strength into one final, devastating blow in defiance. His axe blade glowed with a burning red sheen as he channeled his mana into the weapon, the metal crackling with arcane energy. But before the axe could find its mark, Azaline stomped the ground with a force that belied her slender frame. A ripple of power surged out from the point of impact, and the very earth seemed to come alive beneath her will. Caught off guard by the sudden shift beneath his feet, Tomos lost his balance and stumbled forward. And in that moment of vulnerability, Azaline's blade struck true. A silver blur pierced Tomos's armor with sickening ease and rammed straight through his belly. The bandit leader's eyes widened in shock, a gasp of pain and disbelief escaping his lips as he found himself impaled on Azaline's sword. For a moment, they stood there, frozen in place as Tomos, his lifeblood, flooded down the blade and onto the hilt while Azaline looked down on him as if he were pathetic. Then, with a casual flick of her wrist, Azaline slammed her shield against Tomos's body, pushing him off her blade and sending him flying backward. The man crumbled instantly, and his axe fell from shaking fingers as his hands desperately grabbed at the gaping wound in his stomach. Azaline stood over him, watching dispassionately as he struggled. To her, he was little more than some disgusting small creature that had shit on her boot. You know, she said, her voice a soft, mocking whisper, I made some new friends. A bout of silence lingered for a few moments as she stabbed her sword into the ground and took out her dagger. They told me that the best way to repay repulsive people like you. She leaned down, bringing her knife to Tomos' face as her eyes bore into his. Is to kill them. Slowly. Tomos's eyes widened in horror, the implication of her words sinking in. Not too far away, Elijah and the SASR cringed as they walked towards the site of the bandit ambush, the sounds of Azaline's work echoing throughout the field. The scene that greeted them was one of utter carnage, bodies strewn about like broken and bloodied dolls, staining the grass in vivid crimson. The otherworlders stomped through the field of dead and dying in search of anyone who wasn't at death's door nor stupid enough to keep fighting. Every now and then, a shot rang out as one of them ended anyone foolish enough to be still holding on to their weapons. It was a grim, methodical task, but it ensured that no threats remained. As he picked his way through the carnage, Elijah came across a couple of men huddled together, desperately trying to treat each other's wounds. One had his legs riddled with bullets, while the other almost looked as if half of his shoulder was blown off. Elijah winced as he saw the devastation, recognizing the telltale damage of a .50 caliber round. Kneeling down beside the wounded men, Elijah put on his most disarming smile. "Hey guys," he said in a jarring tone that contrasted with the grim surroundings. "How's it going?" The bandits looked up at him, their faces a mix of terror and confusion as their mouths flapped like landed fish. Elijah held up a hand, forestalling any attempts at a response. "You know what, don't answer that," he said, knowing how silly of a question that was as a few more shots rang out in the background, punctuating his words. His smile never wavered, but his eyes held a hard, calculating glint. "So, we're looking for a few souls to tell us who killed that poor old village chief over there." Elijah glanced over his shoulder at Sophan's lifeless body, sprawled out in the grass. "Can any of you tell me who done him in?" Both of the bandits exchanged bewildered looks. They were clearly thrown off by the question, but before they could formulate a response, the already agonizing screams went up a notch and turned blood-curdling. It was a sound that spoke of unimaginable suffering, of a life being ended in the most horrific way possible. Elijah's smile deepened, taking on a sharp, predatory edge. "Answer carefully now," he warned, his voice low and menacing. "We wouldn't want her to turn that blade on anyone else." One of the bandits seemed to pick up on the unspoken threat in Elijah's words, and started to babble in panic. "Tomos did it," he blurted out as his words tumbled over each other in his haste to speak. "The damned bastard ran him through." The other bandit, sensing a potential lifeline, quickly chimed in. "Yeah. You just did your part to defend the old man," he added in a desperate voice as the screaming in the background intensified. "Nice." Elijah gave the two a thumbs up and patted them on the shoulder, causing a yelp of pain to echo out.